Hey Winter, how you doing? Hey Winter, how you doing? Okay. Greetings and welcome. Welcome, welcome. It's Sunday. And we're going over some information that has a very Vedic twist. I want to let you guys know that we're going to start doing a live stream with Kristen, our fabulous Vedic astrologer, to focus solely on Vedic astrology. So if you guys have questions about your charts or questions about Vedic astrology stuff, Friday is the time to dig in. We're gonna do this probably every other week, so be on the lookout for that. Greetings, Sunshine Chick.
Trav, didn't during the you mentioned something earlier that you have to go into those some scars and something like you had said to reflect upon them. You got to reflect upon those bad memories. Didn't somebody say something like that?
Hmm.
Because as huh?
Today or previously?
I think it was today. Somebody said it, but I just was reading and said it is only possible to eliminate irrelevant samskaras through the process of reflection, dharana and dhyana. I don't know how I didn't highlight that. Perfection in the practice of tattva shuddhi leads the aspirant to one-pointed concentration and meditation, so awareness becomes free to reflect on the nature of the tattvas. This book gives you it gives you the blueprint.
It does. In less than 120 pages.
That shit is so crazy. But I love it, man, because I like inner reflection. That's the only process that I know. I don't have to reflect on anything else but the internal self and its workings. As I said, we use the latent forces of the Antakarana to direct the awareness away from the gross experience towards higher experience.
Gross. Kristen, wasn't there a solar eclipse just yesterday?
No.
No, we had our lunar and solar eclipse already. It was June 10th.
Oh, June 10th, not Juneteenth.
Yes, June 10th.
A stuffed dog.
What's going on, Trev?
Hey. Did you look back into magical Tatwas? I know the first chapter has a lot to say about the Tatwas themselves.
No, I hadn't looked back into it since I read it the first time.
I meant to go back over it to cross-reference with Tatwa Shooty, but I didn't get a chance to go back.
Yeah, I did a little bit of cross-referencing, but not too much when I was reading the magical taught was, but not too much, but it's definitely what he's into. And he definitely doesn't deviate from it, but he mixes a lot of it with the Golden Dawn. And yeah, a lot of it is mixed with the Golden Dawn stuff and things like that. So he tries to Americanize it.
You're talking about the Tatwa Shooty book, not Tatwa Shooty, but what you say, Trav? Magical Tatwas?
Yes.
Yeah. Stuffed Dog was completely right. They try to westernizes a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask anybody as you're reading, like how deep is how deep is anybody else going on? Are you just reading the Tatwa Shooty, or have you been led to read multiple different of Vedic information or Vedic philosophies?
You mean like other philosophies like Samkhya and other things? Yeah, I've read Samkhya and I read half of not man, what's the thick one?
Dharan Darshan?
Yeah, Dharana Darshan.
Okay.
Yeah, I read half of that one, and I hadn't gotten around to reading the Path of Praviti and Nirviti, but I got that one, and that's a real short one. I think I'm gonna tackle that one here probably this week, since that's a real short one. But yeah, I've been led to read a little bit more outside of Tatwa Shooty.
Yeah, because that's what I've been doing. I've been really going in. I was gonna put a list of different books that I've been reading, and I think an experience that I can kind of say that I'm maybe experiencing is, it's like I think it starts revealing your path. Like, I don't want to say it like that, but it starts revealing your path, or it starts revealing. I guess it can be the elements or whatever the elemental particles of myself, or whatever I want. I don't know how to say it. I just think that once you keep reading this stuff sincerely enough, your path is going to be revealed in the yogic system. Bhakti or Jnana is going to, I'm sorry, somebody's about to say something.
My fault, I kind of interrupted you. I was going to say, this might be a little left field question, but do you really think, like, are y'all cool to say like somebody's path is to be like about 40 years old doing nothing all day? Because I know a couple of them, and I'm like, I'm like, yo, it's like, there's no way your mind could be that, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, damn.
How are they surviving? How are they surviving?
Bro, that's what I'm saying. But now it's not funny though, because I know a lot of people that been through some shit. And it's like, yo, I don't understand. This can't just be like, this can't be on purpose, bro.
Nah,
like,
that's definitely not.
But why not? Why can't it be? Because you don't know what happened before, what kind of karmas and what kind of lessons they're here to learn. They're all different kinds.
Kristen,
You know,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. I understand that, but I don't know what type of karma is either. I don't know what the fuck, where to look at that, how real that really is. As much as the book said, this is real life, you know what I'm saying? So that shit don't make no sense to me. Like, that's not your purpose, or that's not your life. So it won't make sense. Just like someone that lives different than you sees your life is not making sense, or they don't get it. That wouldn't make sense to them. So there could be a million different lessons that don't pertain to you, that you would never understand or get, that is happening within their life. And maybe they're like the people on the street. It's like, why are they homeless? Why do they gotta be? What is that purpose? That's a lot of K2. That's a lot of Shiva energy. And sometimes it's channeled in a positive way or in a negative way. And some people like to be wanderers. And then you get people that are homeless, and one day they get discovered that they have like a magical voice and they sound amazing. And then all of a sudden their life changes. Like, there's all kinds of weird stories that we think that these are like throwaway people, or like lazy people, or people that have nothing happening, but there's some kind of lesson in it. Maybe we don't know it, but whether it is something small to them or big to them, or someone else, we don't know, but it's different for everybody. I see where you come from, and I just real quick, just to have a little clarity. I didn't mean it to say like, yo, these niggas is wilding, like they're stupid.
Yeah,
because I'm talking about people personally in my own life, so it hurts me to see them like.
Of course,
like, I know you want more, but it's like, there's no way this could be.
But you know what? That feeling of that thing that you're getting, like you're saying, hey, I know you want more. They're serving their purpose to make you want more, right?
Yeah.
That's
their purpose in your life.
Yeah. That's an emanation of Shiva.
Yeah. Because the people that we have in our life too are a reflection of us. And they're all teaching us something. They're here serving a purpose. You're serving a purpose. It's a symbiosis. And sometimes the purpose, we're like, what's wrong with you? Why don't you want more? And that feeling that you see of them wasting is making you want to strive for more. So they're serving a purpose.
Damn, that's how it is. So you're saying that I could have been on the other side of the other side of the playing board. Just I could have been the one wasting his life motivating somebody else.
Yes. Yeah. And think about how this happens a lot with Hasta natives, in fact, where they grow up poor or in poverty or in lack in some way, and they see it all around them and in their family, and they refuse to be that sucker. They refuse to be the working man that doesn't get paid well, or to get screwed over, or to they refuse to stay poor. So they do whatever it takes, and sometimes that means scamming, but they do whatever it takes to get out of that shit.
Well, you hitting Hasta on the total head today.
Yeah. I don't know for what reason, but Hasta's been on my mind a lot lately. I've been seeing it in a lot of people. So I've been diving deeper into it. But it's true. Like, sometimes our environment, it seems fucked up and terrible, but that environment is what motivates us to become the diamond.
And you also, that's also Jnana. That's realization through understanding. You have to experience these things. And that's the lesson within itself. Like, well, why does this affect me so deeply as this? What is it saying to me? So now you go into Bhavan, which means it's called creative contemplation. So now
that'll work to me.
You can contemplate like, well, you know what? I can set a pattern where I'm not going to be such and such this. And then once you overcome that feel, how you said it affects you, well, that right there, that's humility. You know what I'm saying? So you learn that you have a connection to people that things do affect you, but at the same
Yeah.
time, you just now learn something from that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And Christian's right. Might be someone's, that's their demonstration of Purusha. You know what I'm saying? That's basically like, that's what it is. You know, like some people we say they're not doing so. I was like, well, how are they gonna feed? How they feeding themselves? So that right there, as Christian just said, that's that hostage shit. Because to see people just wastefully do something and then they live a certain kind of way, I never want to associate myself with that.
Exactly.
I had to get out of my poverty situation by any means necessary.
By any means necessary.
I just can't do it. So I'm kind of like, when people like ask advice about certain things, and then in particular, I'm a tough love person. I'm not gonna. Sometimes I may not be as sweet as they want the information. I may be a little bitter.
Yeah.
You know, saying with it, and not saying bitter as the atmosphere.
Right.
Bitter with the taste. They're not gonna like. Some people don't like ultimate truth being told to their face.
No.
So when you see somebody 40, they not living, that's weak. Cause see that right there is, like I said earlier, if we're minding our internal business, then we see the example of this individual that appears to be doing nothing, and then that's it. I experienced it. Now I go back to minding my own, and then you can contemplate that, and then you will be able to see what it was demonstrating for real.
And have an appreciation for them. That's what they talk about. Love people as they are, like addicts and all. You see them for what they are. You understand, and then you love them because they're teaching you something. They're doing something for you. They are the teachers. We learn quickest through pain, right? Unfortunately, we do. Also through laughter, that, and song, pain, laughter, music, stuff like that. We learn through those things. So we have to see, this is what I wanted to talk about, actually. Saturn. When we start seeing the things that we think are punishing us or are harsh on us, when we see them as gifts, they become gifts. I got goosebumps right now because this is happening in my life as we speak. When you start listening to the elders who know better, who are telling you what you don't want to do, you don't want to do them fucking chores. No, you don't want to do this. You don't want to listen. You want to do your own way. But when you start listening, start seeing things for what they are and saying, okay, I might not like what's happening now, but this is teaching me something. What is this teaching me? Well, how can I perfect this? How can I perfect me? What can I do to make me understand this message here? What is it telling me? And how can I adjust? And then when you adjust and you follow through, you're going to see all these rewards happen. Because the only reason you're having this suffering is because you're trying to do things your way. When you're getting, you have certain things that are telling you, no, you know what you're supposed to be doing. You got to do this first. Nope. Oh, you're going to keep ignoring it? Are you going to wait till the next Mercury retrograde? All right, well, I'm going to fuck your shocks up then. I'm going to fuck your brakes up then. Oh, you're going to wait till the next one to get that shit fixed? Okay, then an accident's going to happen. And it's like, I want you to settle down, put your, life together, get your brakes done, whatever needs to be done. Stop, take a break, get things done. Some of us just keep going and skirting through and ignoring our responsibilities and don't do what we're supposed to be doing. And then when a catastrophe happens that we could have, not had happen, we get all upset. It's real important to pay attention to the elders or the people that are telling us things we don't like to hear, or teaching us things about ourselves or even about themselves that we don't like. We got to pay attention what's really being said there, because it's for the greater good. And when you're able to see what the greater good is, all these blessings start happening. And it doesn't, I'm telling you, when I say these blessings start happening, when you listen to what Saturn tells you, it's crazy, because a lot of people right now are going through some fucked up shit with Saturn, right? Saturn has done nothing but bless me this last year and a half. And that's because I made sure I saw things that were going to be troublesome ahead. Saw them in the chart. I listened to what was being said. And when things happened that made me feel uncomfortable, I said, okay, what is this lesson? what am I supposed to do to make it better and not have it happen again? I fixed it. I put shit in order. I took care of things. I took action. I listened to people, elders and gurus. I listened to what they were telling me. I took those actions that they were telling me to do, and shit has just started to work out in a big way because I did what I usually don't do. I listened and I took in, the lessons for what they were. Sometimes we just need to listen and see what's being really said.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily what we think we see. It's not so black and white, the physical of this man is wasting his life. There's something more. There's something esoteric about it that's happening. Why is it bothering you so much? What is it telling you? And it really connects. And for me, people that represent Saturn, like people that have Shravana right now and elders have been really significant in my life. And so I'm listening to everything they say, and I'm taking it all in. And I've been following their leadership, and things are working out like in a big way. So, and it gives me goosebumps because I said that's what we're supposed to do. Sometimes we can give advice and not even follow it. But this time I think, okay, I got to follow my own advice. Saturn's telling me to do this, this, and this. So let me do that. Let's see what happens. Let's have some trust. And I had trust, and things are working out. I'm getting blessings, gifts. And people say that Saturn doesn't give you gifts. He holds them off.
That's deep.
Takes things away. But what Saturn does is Saturn's got gifts ready for you when you learn the lesson. He's the strict father or mother, because that's technically a female, but I see it as father. It says strict parent who's telling you, no, you got to get this done. Oh, no, your chores aren't done yet. You didn't do the bathroom. That kind of thing. Hurry up, get this done. And when you get it done, it's
now
like,
you're right.
Here's
You
all
made
your
me
gifts.
think of it in a different perspective.
Yeah.
Something, Christian,
That's a good point.
I never thought about Saturn like that before. I never went that deep into Saturn. I think Saturn affects me. I wanted the word upheaval came to my mind. Like it always, how they show Saturn, he'd be like the cloaked form of death, and he holding a sickle.
Yes.
To me, Saturn it appears Saturn with me takes that fucking sickle and he fucking tills up everything in my life, and I gotta always restart like a whole new fucking project or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, that's what he'll do. And the funny thing that you're even mentioning that, Trav knows why. I dreamt about being given that sickle. I dreamt about it a couple of weeks ago, and I told Trav, I'm like, Saturn literally is reaching out and speaking to me. And what that represents is cutting shit out of your life that's not benefiting you and moving past transformation, harvesting what's good and cutting the fucking weeds out, getting it out of here, transforming your life.
It's something
not to mention the new projects that we're working on too.
I'm sorry, what was that, Trav?
Not to mention the new projects being worked on as well.
Exactly. My God, there's so much happening specifically with Trav and I. We got things that we're working on, and there has been communication from Saturn this whole time. And I knew that Trav was going to come. I knew that after we started our group again, that Trav and I were going to get back together again, and talk about something important, something big. And because it's in the chart. So I trusted that, and that's what happened. And now it's more than just what's in the chart. I'm getting dreams, I'm getting synchronicities, both of us, all these things. And I'm following through. And Trav is also Shravana. So that's Capricorn, that's Saturn. I'm listening because I'm also Shravana. So I know that I'm going to be getting messages through Trav as well. Saturn's speaking through him. So there has been, and I got goosebumps, but there has just been, it's crazy because you don't think of Saturn as a planet that gives blessings, but I have done nothing but Saturn mantras.
Christian.
What'd you say?
That is very, very interesting. Everything you said, that is something to really think about. I've never thought about the actions of Saturn within my own life, how to identify because it's a pattern. I'm gonna use Trav word pattern. It's a pattern of differences and experiences that the energy of Saturn puts in your life. I have to discover that. I think by me not understanding that, but I kind of felt like by you saying that, like, damn, I think Saturn be tearing. I don't want to say tearing up, but it's like retilling the ground. Like I didn't tilled it, and I'm starting one thing, and then he comes and the energy comes and retills it all over again. So now I got another idea, and now I have to restart. It's like I'm always
there's a reason for that.
Attempting to restart some shit.
There's a reason for that, especially right now. Saturn's in retrograde, so if you're not supposed to start anything new during that, because it will not work out. You're supposed, and what he's doing is pulling you back to shit you've already started that he wants you to complete. He wants you to get this shit done that you already started. And so when you start things new on a retrograde, he's gonna break it down. He's not gonna let that work. He's like, no, that's not what you're supposed to be focused on. Also, when you're in your when you're in your Saturn returns, if you haven't learned the specific lessons by that age that are correlating with that age, like when I did the Saturn return information for everybody, if you haven't learned by then, by your second Saturn return, you know what Saturn does is he wipes everything out that you think is yours and then makes you start over again.
I think damn, that's powerful. I think I've been continuously living that shit. I think I'm starting shit on retrograde, and then it don't, because my Saturn is in Taurus in retrograde. You know what I'm saying?
And
Saturn is always
in Rohini? Is it? No, Saturn's not always in retrograde.
No. I mean,
in
I
your
looked
chart?
at Rahu and too. They're always.
Oh yeah.
But my Saturn is in retrograde in Taurus and
Rohini. Mrigashira. Okay,
which we know deals with the form of Shiva as Soma.
It's the deer head as well. Remember, Brahma was chasing Rohini and was beheaded, so that's Brahma's head.
Yeah.
Soma, you're talking about parts of Rohini, I think. The moon, the favorite wife of the moon, which is Rohini, which is right before Mrigashira. Yeah. But I was gonna say that specifically with where my Capricorn is in my descendant, across from the not descendant, but in my fourth house across from my mid chain, it's in Shravana, but Abhijit. So there's an aspect to it which allows me to be very victorious when I do it right, when I do listen. So, and it also, Abhijit usually makes you overcome things. So it's that victorious, nakshatra. So there may be an aspect of it, of that for me, why I'm getting these blessings from Saturn, as opposed to maybe someone having their Saturn in Bharani or in like Kritika or something, which might bring a little more stressful outcome. So I think that is a part of it as well. But in general, Saturn just wants you to learn and show that you are making the right steps and show that you're responsible. And then it's like, okay, I'm removing all the blocks that I was putting on your home, this house, all the things I was withholding. I'm letting it go now. I'm letting it happen. Here you go.
Saturn has been fucking me. That's some serious, because I got Saturn is in 8th house. And, and when I look at that,
but
the 8th house,
that's not too
in
bad.
Taurus, and
Saturn gives a long life.
The 8th house is amazing.
Well, but yes, it is. But Saturn does what? He withholds things till later in life. So it's going to withhold death from you. That's the house of death. So you're going to live long with Saturn in the 8th house. It also limits the amount of ups and downs. Doesn't mean you're not going to have them, but it limits them. So it gives limits on the negative. So when you have two negatives, it almost crosses it out. So it's not as bad as you think. So
That's
Saturn,
interesting.
yeah, so you might, when it comes to the Saturn timing, you could be having issues because everyone's Saturn return and Sati is challenging, you know, to say the least. That's when I started using, when I was on my first Sati. So it turned out that that was the most, you know, detrimental part of my life when that happened. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No,
I gotta
good.
get going. But I want to ask this last question. So
Yeah.
with all these different charts, different life experiences, different people have to go through that are not under our control, have you guys read anything about like any just for like curiosity, just for curiosity, but what it could possibly be like on the other side? Like, all right, now we can start creating for ourselves, you know, that type of thing. We went through what we had to do here. We went through the plan that was scripted. Now we kind of have the chance to live a life. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm trying to
Well,
say?
you could live
Wait a
that.
minute.
You,
Wait, so what do you?
Yeah.
I don't think I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to assume.
Like, for example, let's say, all right, so we did everything we had to do on Earth. Now we go to the next plane or the next way when we die. And now we get to, all right, create our lives or whatever it is. Because I don't 100% know, but I just get curious about that. You know what I'm saying?
well, you get to create.
Based on what we're looking at here with this Vedic information, we're currently in the objective realm, which is the realm of action, right? Birth, death, and creation. So this is the only place that this happens at. Beyond this, there's nothing else to do.
Right.
Beyond this, it's prototype, it's blueprint stuff, it's archetype stuff. The realm of the gods, there's no beginning, middle, and end. There's no cause and effect. In the realm of the gods, in the realm, the real spirit realm, it is as it is. Like there's no other where we
Thing
are
to be
now.
done.
This is the place of change and
Right.
activity.
Right here is where that's done.
So outside of this, that doesn't exist.
Yep.
We're conditioned to think in this way, but in this spiritual practice that we're studying, we're unconditioning ourselves to realize the permanence of reality that already exists. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But
When we talk about the Bible and stuff, when they talk about eternity, they talk about heaven. That is a place of
nothing.
It's still, there's no change there.
It's just what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Sure.
So when when you said live our life and make choices type thing, that can happen here when you unlock autopilot, when you unlock the chart, when you lift the perspective, when you're able to see things from a different, higher reality. So you have an ability, your choice or how you experience things is how you see it. Remember, we talk about there's a murder happening. There's two people. One's getting murdered. One's doing the murdering. But two people are experiencing different things. One is excited. One is terrified. But it's the same act. It's the same thing. All these things that happen in your life, you can see them in different ways. And by seeing them differently, you experience them differently. So when you unlock the autopilot, when you step, and there's levels and layers of autopilot. It's not just one thing and you've unlocked the whole game. It's levels and layers through all different kinds of things. Then you have, you have choice, or you have more freedom in certain areas because you've unlocked things in that area, where other things you still might be on autopilot and you catch yourself like, damn, that was a knee-jerk reaction. I'm still on autopilot here, I think. There's levels. So here is where that happens. Just like he said, when you pass on, there's no need for all that. That doesn't happen over there. You know what I mean?
Okay. I kind of see what you're saying. I guess I just got to surrender to it. Stop trying to control everything. But last thing. This is just a fun little question. All right. So what if you're 70 years old and you finally unlock autopilot? Now you're like, oh shit, I want to do what I want to do. How do you feel about that?
I mean, that happens to a lot of people. Some people, like Morgan Freeman, didn't even become an actor till his late 40s. So like his ending part, the last part of his life is where he started having success. And things that happens for a lot of people, where they make their money later in life, or they become something later in life. That happens. It is what it is. Everyone has different things to learn. Sometimes it takes people a long time. Sometimes people learn sooner or quicker, but that also comes from, you come in from lifetimes of all these lessons. So you kind of carry more over. Every time you move on to the next, you're carrying these lessons you brought from the last one. So you have these cellular memories that are stuck in there. And that's why you're born with these talents. You don't know where they come from. And these knowings that, from other, you don't know where these knowings come from. They come from other lifetimes where you already figured it out. This is where you keep moving your way towards moksha, spiritual liberation. Each time you keep bringing the gifts with you each time. Boop, 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 boop. So some people learn later, and some people learn sooner, and sooner, and
And it is what it is, basically.
Yep.
Thank you.
Not to mention, it does the information here. This, like, we put a lot of emphasis on our conscious mind and the five senses in this life because it's all we really know experientially. But this is really a byproduct of the real existence. Like, this isn't the real existence. This is temporary. Like, everybody knows we're gonna die. This isn't the permanent realm. This is like this is an after effect. The real life, it's that's really where this is all taking place. This experience here is a shadow. It's a shadow, and it literally is an illusion.
Yep.
NLP teaches us that, because every little piece of data that we receive is corrupted, whether it's corrupted by our memories, by our opinions, by our ahamkara ego, or just by not getting the right information. This whole experience is corrupted. So even if we don't get the info until we're 70, that was the perfect time for us to get it. Because this stuff here, this is very special. You don't choose it. Just like you don't choose what spirits you work with. You don't choose to work with angels or demons. Like, people don't choose that.
We don't choose where we're born, right?
It brings you to it.
There you go.
A finite consciousness doesn't choose to work with an infinite consciousness. It works the other way around.
I'm pressing up. Just hold on a minute.
I guess fuck it. It is what it is.
I did a poll in the chat. If you guys haven't voted on that poll, please go ahead and do so, because I really want to know what you guys would be interested in moving forward. I say we got about 50 people in here right now. Go ahead, every one of you, place a vote there. Whether you want to hear more new data on the Goetia, or do you want to hear more new data on this Vedic information, basically high magic or low magic.
Where do we vote at?
This is in the YouTube chat.
Is YouTube even running?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not showing to me.
It's a different video. I just stopped the first one and started the second one.
Let me check. Hey, Trev,
Hey,
I gotta take off because I gotta take these kids back into town. How long do you think you're gonna be still on?
um, hard to say. I mean, I don't know.
Did you need me to do anything specific or say anything before I go?
Um, well, I had a feeling that somebody wanted to learn a little bit more about Vedic astrology, but
Yes.
if you're able to, if you need to go, we'll be
It
back.
only take me 40 minutes. I gotta drop them and back. You think that'll be too long?
Um,
I know you've been on for a while. He's like, maybe.
no, you're
All right.
do what
You know what? I'm gonna actually just keep the phone on while I drive, as long as I can, and answer whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. It might be a little windy, but I'm gonna definitely keep it on. All right. Get it. Go get the Logan and Jade together.
Hey, Kristen, I got a question.
Yes, dear.
Okay. So the other night I was in a conversation with a friend and they mentioned that tropical astrology is like the personality of the person, but sidereal is karmic.
Oh.
What do you think of that?
I would say this is Alora, right?
Yep. Hey.
Okay. Hey, hon. I would say that well, both are karmic, but moon, remember we talked about before, I don't know if it was you or me and someone else. Tropical is like the ego, the physical, the as without and so below. Moon is the mind, the subconscious, our thoughts, our mother, the as above and the as within. So it's two halves to a whole. The sun is more the physicality, like nature and our ego manifestations, and the moon is all the spiritual, all the within, all the substance, but both of them are karmic, both of them.
So maybe one could say that tropical would give you a good idea of what a person is doing now as far as like their superficial actions and maybe the motivations behind those, but sidereal could be more of like a deeper in tune look at the soul itself, sort of.
Yes.
The spirit, whatever.
Yes. So when you see the physical manifestations of things, that's why a lot of the tropical, you're like, man, but I associate with my zodiac sun sign a lot. It's like, yeah, because that's your physical, your ego. That's the manifestations. You know what I mean? Of course, that's the basic stuff. You know what I mean? The very physical level. But when you start digging deep inside of yourself and why you do things and why things happen and all, what the thoughts you have and your personalities that are, ingrained into us and your style, that's, your Vedic. I mean, you could get both of those things out of both though, because the sun and moon are still in both charts. But the most, like I said, one is the sun's path and one is the moon and the stars path. So they're two, the left and right brain, basically. And as within, so without. As above, so below. As above, so below. As within, so without. So it's every aspect of ourselves, inside and outside. Outside being the sun, being tropical, inside being the moon, sidereal. Where are my keys?
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Because I've been trying to work with both charts, and to me it's like they're just giving different aspects, but it can get confusing when you when you're looking at both, because you are looking from two different perspectives.
If you just remember it, one is your sun chart and one is your moon chart, right? It's a divisional chart. We have a moon chart, an ascendant, we have our Navamsha, our D10, all of that, right? And so we connect all those together to get a reading, and tropical is just your sun chart. That's it. So then it's just another divisional chart.
Okay.
And which will help better that way. Yeah. So you see it all from the sun's perspective, even though you're going to have bits of all the other ones still inside, just like all the other charts do. It's still from the sun's perspective. So everything that the sun represents, father, government, ego, gold, manifestations, heat, growth in nature, plants. That's why it really works with lunar gardening and cell salts, because the sun is what helps the growth happen, right? So it makes sense then that we would use tropical for lunar gardening. Although I have used sidereal placements for it and got really good results as well. But the moon also does affect our plants as well. So, you can do both, either or. No. Bella, where's the keys? Okay.
So, like, when people talk about like star seeds and like the 10 tribes of Israel and universal like matrix, things of the sort, how much does that filter in with the Vedic?
Well, I don't know. Like, I haven't seen anything about star seeds in the Vedic system. So
yeah, I almost. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just you could like, people talk about the constellation. Like, you could do it where you're like, okay, my constellation is in this part of the sky, and this is this constellation. So, it's in the Andromeda constellation. Oh, so I'm an Andromedan, or I'm in Lyra. I'm a Lyran. You could do it like that. You're that in that way, but people take it to a physical place. They're like, I'm from this planet. I'm from Venus, and I incarnated here, as opposed to this is part of my frequency. And I mean, like radio, our tuning frequency, the stars align a certain way and create a channel, a frequency, and that is you at that moment. Boom, it creates you. You're the channel, right? So you're a mix of all these different things. So in that respect, but people love to take it to the physical and say they're from planet Tecton or something.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, I think a lot of the starseed people or whatever, I think a lot of times there's a misunderstanding of what it means to truly be human. And I think that we have an idea of the limitations of being human because we only have these modern times, but we don't understand how naturally supernatural we actually are if we tap into that. And so I think if people tap into their natural human selves, which is incredible, right? Like intuitive, psychic, all this beautiful stuff, they're like, oh, I gotta be an alien. There's no way I'm from here. And it's like, well, actually, though,
right? Everyone wants to be special and different. Everyone wants to be special and different, and that very thing makes everyone the same. It's everyone's ready to like escape their humanity because they're grossed out by what they see in other people. So they got to be different. I got to be from somewhere else, and you're just mixed up of different things. So yeah, you are different. You're your own map of energies. So yeah, you are mixed up of different star systems above, but you're down below here. This is where you're from. This is who you are. You're terrestrial. You're here.
Yeah, so, I would say Aquarius is a sign for like being the extraterrestrial.
Unanimous vote.
What's a unanimous vote?
Aquarius, alien.
Oh yeah.
Alien shaped egghead.
There is actually something real common in Swati natives is, hold on a second.
It sounded like she was being attacked by birds.
I know. She's like, hold on, I have to fight off all these warlords real quick. Got to use my psychic powers real fast. Hold on. Jump into a new time portal and she'll be back in like 5 seconds.
She'll be back 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to, find connections with what we're studying in like Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian text. Just light research, whatever I can find on the web. And that and like the Anunnaki and why people have, really milked the Anunnaki thing, and why people feel like the I remember getting in a debate in like a Manly P. Hall comment section on YouTube about languages and why people feel that the Aryan races created all language, and why the Atlanteans were blah blah blah. And I'm just trying to like find the common thread between all of it, like why people feel that, some races were from a slave race from enslaved by like an Anunnaki overlord, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, there's a mythology here. I'm just trying.
Well, I think it's the
that.
same thing as like people using the Bible and saying there was a real snake in the Garden of Eden, and there was an Adam and Eve. So like I think it's probably the way how I see it is that it's kind of the same thing. They're just building off of a religion, taking things literally instead of seeing it as the allegory.
Yeah, like the biblical flood story, and how like every culture has a flood story. I think even the landlocked countries have a flood story, and it's just like breaking down what that flood is. And I stumbled across a Bobby Hemmett video, and he was saying like the flood was pretty much that separation between the physical and the spiritual, and that separation wasn't exactly separate. Like before people became more physical, that flood was like the spiritual waters and blah blah blah, or like the waters of a physical manifestation. So yeah, I'm trying to take like these little tidbits and see how I can piece them into Vedas and everything else, just much like how you're trying to relate the Goetia to Vedas, and I'm just trying to find each little seed. So
yeah, I think that's kind of what everyone's trying to do, right? They're trying to like piece things that they hear or specific stories or something. That's interesting about the flood, because I think earlier I tuned in just a little bit to hear but Shango was talking about the building of things and how people could, like if we have an opera singer who can break glass with a note, imagine knowing how to utilize notes in order to build things and being around for that. So if there is this psychic shift that happened, everyone across the world would have felt that. To me, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. And it makes sense too that physically on the physical landmass, there would be a difference as well if there was a rip. So I think that's really fascinating. That's a really fascinating way to go about it. But I think at the same time, we're going to have to like go through our own experiences with it, right? Because we're only here building up theories,
of course,
and ideas.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to hear like what you've come up with, as far as like your thoughts on how all of this ties together, because I think some shit needs to be thrown out the window.
Honestly. Honestly. It's a lot of cloudy, muddy waters.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there just like, all right, man, well, that's cool. I'm gonna go on this other thing. But yeah, because like for me, what I always considered like that flood was a Pangea, was a separation of Pangea. But now you got me thinking as far as that frequency thing, like what if that psychic rip happened and then what we considered Pangea, which by the way is still just a theory so far, but they can't describe, historians and researchers can't describe or explain as to why cultures shared practices, but they can utilize evidence that explains, like, for example, I think they did something about they did an experiment on dolphins a while ago. Do you remember that? Where like they taught the dolphin, or the dolphin learned how to blow a bubble around their food.
Remember that?
Yeah, and so they used that in order to get their food, and then they saw dolphins from the world over utilizing that method. So like somehow they had like they think that they had like psychically connected or something.
Anamorphic fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I heard about the like Monkey Island experiment one, where it's
What's
like
that?
it's a similar thing with the dolphins about how one group of monkeys on this very isolated island learned to like clean and salt their food with like the ocean. I'm paraphrasing. And then
Yeah.
100 miles over, hundreds of miles over on a separate island, other monkeys started doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's that kind of
Mhm.
stuff where it's like, okay, so we have this evidence here, this physical evidence that shows that connection that we all talk about anyway, is that psychic connection, right? So who's to
Mhm.
think that humans, before we became this kind of dumbed down state, we're not capable of doing those things, but on a much more conscious level? How much of our ability were we able to bring subconscious to conscious and be aware of, if it's our intuition or ego or all these different things, as well as work in the vibratory system of the planet itself.
Right.
Like when I was doing research into Aboriginals, there's like a common joke that gets circulated around that says like an Aboriginal never gets lost, because ever since they're children, they can feel the ground, they can feel where they're around, and because of their culture, if they're raised in it, and taught within it, they're able to actually like check out the vibrational coordinates and be able to find their way home.
Hmm.
That's insane.
No Google
That's
Maps
like,
for them.
yeah, man. And like research has been done on this, like, and these are so-called some of the oldest humans that have existed thus far. So, if we were ever on that level, it kind of makes sense that the flood would be a psychic break that all of a sudden causes a break in other places.
It's 6 o'clock.
Oh, thanks.
And just now, we're just trying to figure out how to get back to that level. Like, I can't even conceive of being able to do that yet. I mean, I can, I guess I can conceptualize it, and it is unmanifest, right? But
Mhm.
as far as manifesting it in the physical, I don't know how to do that.
No, that
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, but that's very interesting. And like, as far as the starseed thing goes, like, what do you think? So if you're like looking at all these ancient texts from the Sumerians and stuff, what do you think of like their spaceships and the all like the overlord stuff, like the Enochian, or I don't know what you call them, the Anunnaki? Like, what is your perception studying in Vedic texts as well as all the other research you're doing? What have you contrived so far?
Well, personally, I feel like a lot of the royalty and what they place emphasis on, always coming from the sky with wings, kingship and that kind of thing. I always feel like that comes from a place of like what we're studying is like a lot of these cultures, practice syncretism. So it's just like when, one country was captured by another or defeated in war, they take those gods and those deities and they'd always keep them. They always had respect for the deities of that culture. And it's just like, even if they've been defeated, but they'll probably like change a couple qualities about them, but always trying to bring that defeated country's god or goddess or deity with them. And I think it's just like that patterning thing, like everybody recognizing that placing a common, figure or object in the center of a town or something like that, it always ties back in together with religion or with the importance of a symbol and that kind of thing. And I noticed that a lot of the Babylonian and Akkadians always put emphasis on like hybrid creatures. They always had winged deities as kings. And if you look at like the rulership like I think Ea, Enki. Again, it's all like light research, but a lot of these can be, ascribed to the Greek and Roman deities too. Like you could say that Ea or Enki is Jupiter, Zeus, and things of the sort. And I was listening to this one story. I believe it's from the Enuma Elish. It was Ishtar's descent into the underworld, and that's when you meet like Ereshkigal and everything. And as Ishtar was descending into the underworld, she had to remove a piece of jewelry. And she had to remove 7 pieces of jewelry, and she had to go through 7 layers to get to see her quote unquote evil sister, Ereshkigal, in the underworld. And each of those pieces of jewelry corresponded to the chakras, I noticed. So it's just like as she went down, she had to remove something from her waist, then something from her belly button, and then something from her. Sorry?
Sounds about right. As she went down, she had to remove more clothes.
Mm-hmm. And then something, from her sternum, then her breast, then her neck, and so forth. And she couldn't get into the underworld until she pretty much was naked, and she had to stand before, Ereshkigal. And yeah, a lot of detail escapes me, but I noticed that it's always that patterning of 7, 7 chakras, the jewelry, and all that. And in the YouTube comments, people took it very literally. It's just like, imagine being the most powerful goddess and then strip naked to go to the underworld kind of thing. And I was just like, wait a second. It's always like the 7s here. Like, in each of these places correspond. Like, wait a second. But again, like even with the Kabbalah, I learned that like the Akkadians and Sumerians had their own version of it. The spheres and everything like placed almost the same. It's just like it's really interesting to see. But anyway, like I think it's just like another what do you call it? Iteration of the spiritual information we're learning. It's just like trying to understand it from their lens with their environment and their climate, and seeing how that corresponds to now. And a lot of Christianity has taken from the Babylonian, Sumerian mythologies, and I believe like the Gospels and a lot of like Old Testament things have drawn from the Babylonian text or Sumerian text. But there's this one channel on YouTube, I think it's called like Spirit of God or I Am a Spirit of God, where he makes all like the comparisons and contrasting of exactly the words spoken in the Bible versus like the Enuma Elish, and like how a lot of things were like mistranslations, and a lot of things like these old forgotten deities have said that were put into the Bible, but saints were speaking it. So it's just, interesting to see. Like, again, a lot of light research. I'd like to dig into it further, but
have you found anything with the correlation of the number 108?
108? Not really.
Interesting. Because for me, one thing that I've noticed, I'm taking notice of is the number 108, like how that kind of keeps getting repeated throughout different themes and texts as being somewhat of like a sacred number. And you chant a mantra for 108 times in order to have some type of minimum amount of desired effect, of that mantra or something like that. So I was curious to see if you had found anything that might reflect on that.
Not the number specifically, but it was interesting because I had stopped doing my mantras for a little bit, and I've had this package that I ordered. It was like just some vape juice and stuff that took like a couple months to arrive. And a couple days ago, I was debating buying it again from a different site. And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do a mantra. So I did like the Ganesh mantra, but just like a few times. And then like that same day, like my driver or the package deliverer was just like called me. It's just like, oh, I know it's taking a long time, but I need you here to sign for the package. Will be a good time to call for you. And it made me wonder, it's just like the amount of times you do a mantra, like does that change the magnitude of what that mantra's for? Like, would you say the mantra 108 times based on the magnitude of what you're trying to manifest? And I say magnitude to like kind of shy away from a physical quantity like, or size, just, you know, the immensity of what it takes to manifest something. It was just, no, go ahead, sorry.
No. I was just thinking that's a really good question because I would almost think that you would chant it 108 times just to get into this state of mind in order to manifest whatever that is. Like that maybe that's like the minimum of you of the ability to kind of tap into that energy source or something. But yeah, the more powerful you become or that you feel, right? Like how, or the more easy it is for you to focus, is it necessarily a requirement for you to do that 108, or can you do it just once or twice? I guess too, it goes behind like the intention of it.
It's like also it's like imagination too, or like I know everybody has probably gotten to that chapter of imagination and taught Shuri, and it made me you know realize like, okay, so if imagination is like the let's just call it the fairgrounds of manifestation, like with mantras, is that just kind of like a bridge between the physical and the imagination? Like it's kind of like putting the physical mind or the slowed mind onto that vibration of the imagination, or like I don't know if I'm chopping this up correctly, but pretty much differentiating between the light waves and sound is what I chalked it up to. Like if images or the imagination or the imagination were the light waves and mantra is the sound, not to say one is better than the other, but like where does manifestation meet between the two? Like how much
maybe
of
that's
one
where it meets in between the two.
Say that again, sorry.
Maybe that's where it meets, is in between the two.
Okay.
I mean, because we're all right now, we're like alchemists, right? We're learning how to live our lives according to these principles. I don't even want to use the word principles, but like 3 gunas, or we have these different states that we experience, and we are discovering that when we find a specific balance or a combination, that creates a reaction, right? A cause always has a reaction, always has an effect. So maybe the manifestation is always happening, but according to our combination, it's like that fine line in between your imagination and yeah, that gets sticky. Anyone else want to come in on this one?
Trying to jump in, but y'all won't stop.
You have the power of mute button, Trev.
So we got to look at where we are with this thing. We talk about the subjective realm and the objective realm. We talk about this level of Kether, or this level of the unmanifest, where everything is in a homogenized mixture. So this is literally a place where subject and object are as one. It is so perfect. Time and space don't even exist. but everything does as itself. Now we've got this other realm in contrast where everything is so chaotic and scattered. It's so chaotic and scattered that it can't even be chaotic and scattered at once. It has to go through a process of time to express every possible permutation of every different thing. Now, left to its own device, left to its own nature, it is undergoing this process of change in its own pattern. We can look up at astrology and see that pattern play out. Left to its own devices, left to nature is going to do that. But the thing is, this pattern of chaos is a reflection of that pure and perfect unmanifest realm. So right in the middle, that dividing line between those two, that's where we get the veil of Maya, right, crossing over Thoth, your wonderful veil of Paraketh experience, Winter.
Jesus.
But this veil is where we find ourselves in our consciousness, and we're looking at the objective realm. We got our face in it, we got our ears in it, our eyes in it, our hands and our feet and our tongues and the other body parts that feel things is all in the objective realm, where things are playing out, going through birth and death, birth and death, birth and death. And that's what we're experiencing, and that's what we know. We, in our experience, get attached to everything we see. We get attached to it, good or bad, and we wish for things to be better or different, you know, pain and pleasure. You know that dance better than anyone else. And we learn about this cool stuff called yoga, which means union. But union to what? Union of these two realms. So how do we cross that veil? How do we cross that abyss, right? The oath of the abyss, where everything becomes a communication with God. All these things start to make sense if you pay attention. The real magic is the framework of which we understand the subjective realm. We understand that we're looking at that objective realm through the eyes of the subjective realm. Now, the yoga, the union happens when we sit down and withdraw our attachment from that objective shit. We withdraw it and dissolve it and neutralize it in meditation and concentration. And the point of concentration, the point of mantra repetition, the point of any serious magic is to become one with that subjective realm where time no longer exists, where space no longer exists, where you're no longer attached to this body, where this whole experience is literally rendered null and void because you see through it. That's the point of these practices. That's the point of Inanna. That's the story of Inanna descending down the tree of life, descending down the 7 spheres of the planets. She's going from the subjective realm into the objective realm. I mean, how else does she get ripped apart by demonic fiends if she isn't a physical body? She had to come down into a physical body and experience the objective realm. That ripping apart is her going through tamasic state, death. She comes back to life because she was never there. It's the same story with Jesus, the same story with Lucifer, same story. The context is the same. So it's not we're taught by the oppressor that that somebody conquers a nation and steals their gods and appeases the slaves by giving them their gods. I mean, an intelligent oppressor wouldn't do that, because we know that a people's spiritual system is what gives them strength. So why the hell would I give you your spiritual system? Wouldn't make sense. But what we do realize is that that unmanifest realm has a set of patterns that never change. So it doesn't matter what country you go to or what language you speak, you're going to have the same gods in the same context. You're going to have your solar entity descend into hell and get killed. You're going to have that evil queen. You're going to have this entity and the twins. You're going to have that entity. You're going to have all these entities from the Sumerian to the Christian to the Vedic to everywhere, because there's patterns that exist. There are patterns that exist. It's going to manifest. If all of us died and a new set of humans came about, we would have the same gods. But the reason that it works is when we're able to go into meditation and focus, and we can use any of those gods as a focal point, right? So we talk about meditation, oneness, concentration. That's the reason that we have these gods, these entities, and these patterns, because they act as doorways to enter the subjective plane. So I could focus on Jesus and get healing because Jesus is a doorway into that subjective reality. I can focus on Lucifer or Satan or Shiva or anybody, Janet Jackson, for crying out loud. Any pattern is a gateway to a certain energy that's within me. It's not the thing I'm focused on. It's me going so deep within that I become one with it. And it's in that oneness, I activate that homogeneous realm that I talked about, Kether. That's how you get to Kether, or at least as close as possible. Now we know that it's not that easy. But when we become one with that homogeneous realm, that undifferentiated realm, in a way, we kind of pull some of that juice over. And that's how manifestation happens, because we make it so by our connection with it. We become one with the thing that we're meditating. We become one with it. Now that veil is no longer a infinite gulf. We become the bridge between those two. That's why experience is so important, because you see it happening when you do it. I tried to answer the whole conversation now we're having with that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. No, I mean, what you say is pretty spot on, because again, like, the more I start to like write my stories and like try to put a context to like the images I see, like, the more it starts to happen. And it's just like, only I can see like its manifestation through the context I provided, because, you know, it was provided by my own mind, but then I added a framework to it, and then it's like my paradigm kind of shifts. It's just like, wait a second. But it's like an earthly version of it, if that makes sense. Like, it's like discovering all of this information through experience. So,
You know something what y'all had said about the 108 in Vedic science, they got Vedic mathematics. So the whole thing about the Vedic science, when it comes to 108, they hold that number to be divine. They hold that number to be a cosmic number, because you got 9 planets and you got 12 constellation signs. So 9 times 12 is 108. So as the planets move through the constellation or the cosmos, they said it causes influences upon us, which we know as our natal chart. So that mathematics of 108, meaning that we're chanting that 108, or we're doing that mantra 108 times, so we can create cosmic influence from the planetary sources within our own consciousness. Now, some mantras, you got to say them things. Some of them can be 13,000 times, 1,100 times. Those are more powerful. When you get into those type of mantras, a lot of them are used for doing something to people, basically your enemies. You know, don't forget, India has, you know, was a war culture. So in their ancient time, the Mahabharata speaks on their ancient war system. So they would they incorporated it, you know, because during them times, those people, they didn't, you know, during ancient times, the guru wasn't the same as they are now. The guru was amongst the class of people. So they would be warrior gurus. You know what I mean? So they would use these mantras 108 times. Basically, the number 108 correlates to their mathematics of the planets. So when we use that, we're using the vibration of a system and a pattern that exists within Prakriti or nature. So they just use the 9 planets, 12 constellations, and we know that, you know, 9 times 12 is 108. So they utilize that.
So they weren't really necessarily tapping into a state of mind for the intention, but they're trying to tap into the state of mind of the pattern that they are tapping
in for the intention, because there's no separation from the subject and the object.
Uh-oh.
So so the intent already exists within the purpose and the cause and effect. So if you chant it for 108 times, you are bringing forth the manifestation of your purpose by the cosmic forces interacting with you, because you are what? A cosmic force. There is no separation from you and Pluto and Saturn. We just think it's we think it's duality because that's a veil of Maya.
Right.
Maya got us thinking that we separate from everything. You know something else about Maya and veils? Ancient belly dancers, they would, when they danced, they would take a veil off the face, the head. That was symbolic dancing of cosmic forces of taking away veil. So once they never took off the last veil. The veil, they never took off the veil that hid the yoni, because that was the inner sanctum. That's why in Hebrew culture, they tell you they had these particular veils, and only the priest could go beyond the veil. And that's where they would bring down the Shekinah, you know what I'm saying, which is the fire of the God, which was basically the female force of God. And so they would utilize those type of things to manifest their energy. Once we separate Christianity from slavery and Christianity from Roman and Catholic, all of that, and you just see it as a ancient spiritual system that's been transformed into westernized writing, and it all got perverted and comes from something else, you will see no difference in anything. That's why the Indian Vedic see Jesus as a guru. They don't know nothing about Christianity. They just know, like, yo, this dude, when you read has anybody ever briefed in the Book of Mormons?
Yeah.
They got Jesus going all over the fucking place. And one of the places he went to learn was where? Fucking India. They said that's where he got the information from. So the whole thing is it's just a power play, like, you know what I'm saying, that people who change information, they change it for power, and they change it for the power of manipulating people. They want to use it for their own benefit. Christianity was formulated the way it was formulated because the Romans at that time, Constantine, these niggas couldn't control the fucking Visigoths. They was coming in and fucking smashing these motherfuckers once. So I got to keep it a buck. Once the Europeans started coming down from up there in fucking Yugoslavia and all of these particular areas, they was crushing fucking Italy and Rome and all of that shit. They needed something to put these people under control. They did it to themselves first. Then it just spread out. They're like, yo, this shit, because you got to test it, right? Don't you got to test theories out on somebody? Fuck it. Why not test it out on these motherfuckers? Okay, it worked. So now it became a global thing. So once we separate the control system from it, you'll just see nothing but a system that says basically get yourself under control yourself, be one with the all, and treat everybody nice. You know what I'm saying? What's really wrong with that? You know what I'm saying? But they use all of these what's seen, because a lot of this is obscure to us. You know what I'm saying? Like but the 108 is there. All of that stuff is significant. You have 108, 108, 8 plus 1 goes back into 9. So now you back to where it began. And so the 108 even recycles back into 9. 9 represents what? Birth, coming forth. So N is what? 9 planets. So you know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. They correlate these numbers and they lock it in. This is a good book too. I know Trav has it. This book breaks down a lot of stuff, and you got all kind of mantras in here. And then it tells you for wealth, there should be 30 beads. For moksha, 50 beads. Death mantra, 15 beads. For general desires, 27. For sex, siddhi, 54. 5 plus 4 is 9 again. So that's why you're dealing with that. When it comes to sex, you're dealing with that to bring forth some. 54 beads are for all the purposes. 108 beads should be there in a rosary. And rosary, then it tells you how to clean the rosary and all of that type of stuff. But nothing is by haphazard. Like they just didn't choose no random number. Nothing is chosen by random. This shit all got a purpose to it. Some of these mantras, let me look up some of the numbers.
You mentioned sex. So I did learn something from Swami Satyananda. He mentioned that the Sushumna is what we want to open up to connect the Muladhara to the Sahasrara, the root chakra to the crown chakra. That's how the Kundalini flows and awakens when those 2 points are connected. And he mentioned that that Sushumna column up the spine, it's wrapped around by Ida and Pingala. The only time that Sushumna column opens naturally is when you are in the process of murder, about to kill someone, or when you're in the process of sex and orgasm. And there was another third one he said. I think it was intense sadhana. Yeah. But it got me thinking about how this whole concept of chaos magic, how you got to masturbate or come to orgasm with the sigil to help to activate it. So that kind of ties where that came from.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
And then the difference, and we also got to think broader that orgasm does not mean ejaculation. Orgasm and ejaculation are two different things. Orgasm deals with the organ. It deals with the organism it deals with stimulating energy to bring it forth and manifest an energetic experience.
Which means that it's a state and it can happen more than once.
Yeah.
Yeah, for longer periods of time. Like there's I have a sexual healing book that it's mainly derived from Chinese medicine, but they talk about the practice of not ejaculating when you have an orgasm, but instead redirecting that energy back into the organs. And according to this practice, this actually helps you to stabilize your chi, which means that
they also, I know they should have stated that's for only men, right?
No, it's for females too.
Because a woman's orgasm it's not a seed. See, that's one thing. See, that's why.
But there is a secretion.
But a woman's orgasm, when she reaches that particular level, and if it's of a pure form, that's amrit. That's nectar. That's not just excretion. A man excretes. He is only supposed to ejaculate for the purpose of manifesting life. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that's one thing that we gotta be aware when they say that both shouldn't orgasm. A woman's not necessarily having the same process as a man, and that's scientifically proven by the chemicals that it is composed of. That shit killed cancer. But this is how deep they got some of these in here. I don't know what infatuation is unless this P supposed to be an F, but they give you a mantra. Then they say you're supposed to recite it 1,008 times and perform Homa to gain Siddhi and use as below after purifying it 21 times. So this says the lady can use this to control her husband or to infatuate anybody. The lady should weigh flour equal to the weight of her left shoe, make 4 chapatis on Sunday or Tuesday. The chapatis eaten by any man will come under your control. And this is by her doing that mantra, 108 times. Of course, the mantra is empowered by your own subtle vibrations of these, first of all, desiring, willing, and having a purpose for doing the actual shabda. We can do all kind of shit. We just haven't had the opportunity because living in the West, we've been what? Chasing the bag, trying to living check to check, just getting by, man, trying to stay above water. You know, my nigga, just living. So they got us trapped. And they wouldn't have conquered the West without the knowledge of the East. The reason why they fuck with Masonry. They hide everything with Masonry. They hide Vedic information that they were really, because no, it's not about saying you a Mason and blah, 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 and all of this. It's about what type of business are y'all conducting inside the fucking lodge? What are y'all talking about? Because they teach. I was a practicing Mason, so I know you have lecture night where somebody's going to come in and they're going to lecture you on fucking a science that's of Masonry. I went and visited a Masonic hall here in where the city I live. You know what they had in there that they got and they was displaying? George Washington's gavel was in this motherfucker, man. They had George Washington's gavel inside the lodge so you can come see it. You don't think they was doing some magic with that shit? Man. Some kind of mantra that they using to gain information to run the country the way they want to. Yo, how many people's in America? And look at the shit that we go through. We, talking about us, are lucky we found the wisdom of the East. But a lot of this stuff is so, a lot of the mantras that I've noticed that have these high numbers, a lot of them are used for placing things under control, manipulating things.
And you can't get mad at them. Look, you see people without limits will be wild. It's just like the 5 elements. Without the boundary of Akasha, these elements would just break loose and be.
Excuse me. Raise oxytocin levels naturally enhance your brain build love bonding. 528 hertz music.
Thank you, Maxine. I will raise my oxytocin levels. Without limits and boundaries, we're not contained. We disperse and destroy itself. So these limits were imposed for evolution. Now, only a small percentage actually evolves, but that's all you need because that small percentage moves everyone else.
We got to be so strong individually that you self-deify. You become a deity. That because you become a deity because you are operating. You become I am. You become whatever deity, if you're following the Vedic system, whatever deity, because multiple, systems they utilize Krishna. Some use Shiva, and then Shiva has multiple different forms that he come in.
And practically what that looks like on a practical level, on a practicing day-to-day level, self-deification. Well, first it involves overcoming all the human obstacles that you naturally have. So all the basic stuff, the shadow working that is so hard for everyone, once you get past that, which is the basic level, and you've learned how to not succumb to all the temptations of the body and the memory, once you get to that point and you're at a sattvic state, the next point is to focus as much as your attention as possible on that singular concept of that deity. So whether it's Shiva or Lucifer or Jesus or whatever it is that's calling your name, you'd have to focus all of your attention on that thing at all times, to the point that everything else pretty much dissolves and you become one with that thing.
Then you become an alchemist. You got you operating from your own laboratory. You come into the midst of other alchemists and you listen, you chop it up, you add in, but really you have your own personal practice that you utilize daily in your personal life that's you really not even supposed to share. So you can, that's how you get it. It's really, I don't want to say it's easy, but it gets easier the more you keep studying. That's why I asked earlier how much other books have everybody been reading of the Vedic science, because it goes so, the sun with the Vedic science shines through all motherfucking forest. Yeah. The sunlight touches all spots of land. There is nothing barren with Vedic information. So all the questions that we ask, you can find an answer real quick. You just got to cross-reference. You got to have different, type of books, but they all pretty much saying the exact same thing.
You know how you got like Christians who don't actually read the Bible, but you ask about it and they're like, oh, the Bible has answers to any problem you could ever have in life. I don't find that to be true. But looking at these Vedic texts, I do find that to be true. Any issue that you could ever possibly deal with in your human life, you're going to find it in these Vedic texts.
And you got to step outside of what we're reading to understand, like, yo, there's a whole bunch of other mantras that can do a whole bunch of other shit. So that can be a part when you go into Goetia, yo, you can get you some mantras from the Vedic text, from some of these writings that'll really empower whatever Lord that you are seeking to arouse. And you're only arousing it within your own inner mental akasha, because if you know that you to be the all and the all is in you, that means all things exist already within you. You just have to know how to access the library to do what? To stir up the samskara. Because all samskaras are not bad. Some of the memories you need to recall on how to become a fucking demon. Maybe today you don't need to be Jesus. Maybe you need to be Baal today. So shit, that shit is this shit gets super real. Think about how powerful the moon is as a force that exists outside of the physical planet. It has an actual effect. This is how you know people are foolishly led by foolishness, when they talk about the moon is not real. These are people who have done no scientific research, no spiritual research and insight, because the basic science of the moon is, it affects the tide. It pulls up. So if the moon doesn't exist, then what controls the tide? Why is a woman's moon cycle, the majority of it, fall so heavy on the moon? It follows the moon cycle. If the moon ain't real, then why does it have actual relative significators? People ain't studying deep enough. That's like you put that video, Trav. What's the dude's name? Somar, whatever. He was talking about. He was trying to talk about. Oh my man, you just sent it the other day. He was talking about something in the Vedic science, and I was like, he ain't studied deep enough yet.
Oh yeah. That dude.
I forgot what the video was.
Secret Knowledge. What is it? What's that dude's name? Somar. Damn, what's in 7?
Seven Bomar?
Somar 7.
There we go.
Seven Bomar.
Yeah. I'm not against him or what he's saying, but I just know once he touched upon that, I was like, nah, man, you trying to put sugar and honey together right now. You don't know. You're not talking. You ain't saying nothing to me right now, dude. You ain't going deep enough. You shallow with it.
Uh-oh. He must have just heard of it.
No. Damn, that do sound deep. Vedic? You know what I'm saying?
How you say it?
Vedic. So somebody throw that out there. Now he talking about it. Dude, this should take work, man. This shit is doctorate's degree. You trying to kickstart the Antakarana.
I love it.
Shit.
Vedic. Vedic.
Vedic. Nigga sound like caveman and shit.
Namaste.
I love doing mantra, man. That's like I know my Christian, she be dropping so much internal like I don't want to say secrets, but she see through your character. She know you real good. You know what I'm saying?
Based off of your mathematical statistics.
Based off your mathematical statistics, planetary alignments operating through you. She can break your whole science down.
That's amazing.
That's why I know Tantra is a beautiful part of yogic philosophy. But there are so many components to Tantra. This is weird, like people don't realize. I don't think a lot of people in the chat of YouTube really realize, like, yo, what we're reading is Tantra. This is what you wanted. But they want the other Tantra. Oh, I got some westernized books of Tantra. They want this. Where's my thing at? This one is so westernized. Take a look at your boy here. What's the dude who plays the saxophone? He used to play, huh?
Oh, Kenny G.
Kenny G. There go Kenny G right here. In the art of
Tantra.
The art of Tantra, the
Man.
ancient secrets of sexual energy and spiritual growth revealed. Yeah, right, dude. You're getting ready to bring the ancient secrets of this together. You and Heather Locklear right now.
Really?
Champagne all in the back. Now, there's nothing wrong with that because you can utilize that for Tantra. But give us the name. Don't just say Tantra. There's a particular name for that type of school of Tantra. And there's only one school that's going to utilize the physical form like that. And that shit's going to be a worship practice. That's going to be a ritual.
Yeah, the male is supposed to become Shiva and the female is supposed to become Shakti. It's supposed to be a deeply spiritual thing, not just I'm sticking it in and getting it. And
it doesn't work like that. I took a quote from this book that
oh my God.
Let me see if I can find it.
Tantric Sex,
Kenny G. He should have just called it the Kenny G Bust Down. You know what I'm saying?
Bust Down.
This is called Okay, this is the Mahasena Karakarma. The Mahasena Karakarma. This is from one of the writings on Tantra. So the Mahasena Karakarma states that the worship should be as follows: that a young lady should be brought for the purpose. She should be handsome, full of youthful blooms, not shy, but smiling. She should be made completely naked and her body should be smeared with scents. Then the sadhaka should worship the mother goddess in her private parts according to the prescribed manner. The worshiper should then resort to pranayama and remain ever calm in mind, thinking that the mother goddess is there, and he will never see such a lady naked except at the time of worship. For in that case, he will surely go to hell. The text is very emphatic on this point. The whole process is to be performed in the presence of the guru, who will guide his disciple. The worshiper is given a note of caution that all the deities have their place in the body of woman, and hence the worship of women is considered to be the best of all worship. So if you wanted to look for that, I couldn't find that exact book. I don't think I was able to find it in English. That's another thing about those particular tantric writings that deal with this school of dealing with the physical aspect of that. They're not written in fucking English. So anybody that's writing this book here, The Art of Tantra and all that, they're basing it off of bits and pieces of translations that are not really true sexual tantra, because they don't write those in fucking English. Nobody was able to interpret it. You know why? Because Britain, when Britain invaded India, they ran them type of tantric people the fuck out of here, because they considered that type of tantric worship witchcraft and profane. That's why you don't find. That's why the real agories are real hard to find, because they was ran into hiding. So this whole thing lets you know straight up off the top, this shit ain't about getting no yoni, man. You fuck around and do the wrong thing with yoni, it says surely go to hell. And we know that don't mean, like, you know what I'm saying, from the religious hell. It means that you're gonna bring more trouble upon yourself than what you need. Because now you didn't have sex with all the female deities and the mother goddess, but you can't be going laying no phallus around like that. You're causing more harm than good.
Notice how it
That's
says
right.
you worship the female in her private parts. Then you have to practice pranayama.
Pranayama.
It didn't say you get off too. It said the next step is pranayama.
The next step.
90% of y'all failed right there.
The next step, exactly.
Hold on,
That's right.
That's right.
That means after she gets hers, you have to go into deep meditation.
You don't even know you meditate, and you so deep in meditation.
So
you know why? Because you actually turn into fucking Shiva.
How many people close the book at that point?
You just go ahead and put the book down. I'm done. I'm good, sir. Thank you.
We're going to continue doing the uncomfortable staring that we've been doing as Tantric 6.
Staring into each other's eyes.
You're looking at each other
as we embrace each other in a form of Kama Sutra.
Yeah.
That they think is Tantra. So this shit get heavy, man. We can change it. We can change our life and other people's lives. So some straight up, if you wanted to be a dark magician, and I'm gonna just keep it real, you really got the opportunity to be that right now. You want to misuse people, you want to go misuse women, and you know about semen retention, and you know certain type of practices, and you practice pranayama, then you should have a house to go stay at across the whole United States.
Oh, that's
Look,
so
I
hard
gotta,
to keep up with.
I got chicks from Florida to fucking San Diego, man. Off of this pranayama.
Off this pranayama.
See, but that right there will cause more problems than what you would need, because somebody is gonna become unstable by that type of treatment. So now you're doing what? You're misusing this information, which creates what we will call the sin. Because as I'm reading in these yoga, the sin comes from the karma that you accumulated before, and now you're accumulating right now. So you become sinful. Somebody needs to make a comic book on all of these on these deities. Name one pranayama, because they are deities. You know what I'm saying? Somebody need to make a comic book on these.
Somebody, I don't know who in here draws or anything like that, or does art in any kind of way.
Pranayama.
I'm looking around.
Pranayama. Pranayama. Let me go ahead and see what he says. Let's look.
Amar, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing?
Amar, are those your sisters, man?
Who?
In the pictures.
No, those are my nieces. Those are my nieces.
Yo,
they're my brothers. They're my brother that Saturn's guru. They're his kids.
Yo, every time I see you with your nieces, it makes me smile, man. I be like, damn, boy, that right there is so much joy in that picture. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been going over there for they're like a symbol to me now, basically. Like, before I didn't realize that I would go over, for that, joy. Yeah.
Joy.
That's why I be posting them, because they're like yantras.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, if you can see the picture of this dude right here. I get it, though. He probably made so much money off of this book.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. One thing I have been learning about marketing is a lot of this stuff, we as artists and creators and genuine people, we overthink it and complicate it. We try to save the world, when really the people that are making money, they just make products based off of the human's basic desire. These people don't want to know Tantra. They want different ways of having sex, period. So that's why those books are made and they sell. That's why when you type in yoga, you get the girls with the booty pants and the bending over and all that, because that's what the human wants. We don't want evolution of spirit. We want to feel good. So Tatwashudi was written when I was born. Oops. And it's just now becoming out.
And people been studying this. Man, some people have been doing it deep for since 1980, some since 1960s.
And before, even in the 1900s, we had, what's his name? Vivekananda.
And even Robert Svoboda he's done some justice for the West with his information. He's been traveling that path for a very long time.
Yeah.
And he knows some real dark secrets of fucking Tantra. I mean of the yogic system. Especially fucking with agoris, you know what I'm saying? They obscure, they are deeper than what people really realize. That's why they say they're eating excrement. They know how to it don't even become excrement when they eat it. They just read, and it in their body, it turns back into a food product. So they actually break it down in their digestive system into nutrients.
Winter, is your bird named after a star?
Cool.
His name is Ganachi because I couldn't pronounce gnocchi.
Ganachi. I said Ganachi. I come on fly away, Ganachi.
Ha! That was awesome.
Birds are always cool, right?
I clipped his wings because he was always flying away from me.
No way.
This relationship is new with us. He's kind of panting. He's kind of scared because he's
He's not used to being on live stream.
What's that?
Kind of scared because he's not used to being on live stream.
He doesn't like me. He's trying to get used to me. All right. Pretty boy.
These pictures are so hilarious in this book. I mean, he
Are you
has,
talking about the Kenny G one?
yeah, he have. It's actually. I mean, he has some authentic, pujas, in this book. I'm not gonna take away from his information, but they as Money Mike said, he got a little razzle. He putting a little razzle dazzle on this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me. First instructions and directions. 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 13 seconds.
Oh,
So I get it. So they actually doing. Look at this. This is a Kali ritual of the goddess Kali.
Fibonacci.
And you can't do these rituals
7 o'clock.
without the both of you having this particular knowledge of how the systems work. Yeah.
Want to say, I think we've been doing this for pretty long too.
Yeah.
Couple of lifetimes to be getting into this information and understanding it and picking it up so quick. I definitely know that it's been a couple of lifetimes for us to be able to do that.
That makes sense. I started thinking about that too. Like, damn, I wonder is a part of my past life. You know what I'm saying? And it had to be because you wouldn't be drawn to something so passionately.
Yeah. And I think that's why, to an extent, it's like how I confirmed that for myself was that I got a reading from a Vedic astrologer, and he told me about my Mula Nakshatra placements. And basically, that's why I'm like hella into like Kali sadhanas, because he said that I come from that type of yogic lineage of doing Kali worship.
Interesting.
That makes sense because even with like your mula, right? Like you go deep into the root of things. You go right into the darkness. Like you just fit right in there.
Yeah, like my moon, sun, and Jupiter are all in Mula. So they're all conjunct.
I almost feel like it's at a point where like you probably set yourself up consciously in that past life to have this kind of arrangement. Know what I mean? Like I kind of wonder for some of us, I think we unintentionally do shit, or not unintentionally, but people die and don't know if there's next life or not. And so they just kind of end up practicing the same shit. But then there are those others that set themselves up where they're like, all right, next time I'm going to do this. Or something like that.
I think it's like if we just study the stuff around us and what we do naturally or have natural inclination towards is like each of us are studying Vedic sciences, but we each have different books. Like I probably have a few different books than you guys, but it still falls under Vedic sciences.
Yeah.
But those specific differences would be like past life inclinations.
Oh shit! Wait a minute. Don't the Upanishads is 182 Upanishads too, or isn't it?
Yeah, and then they arbitrarily added a few more after that, but the canon
Yeah.
108.
I just thought about that when yeah.
Amar, I like your look.
Thank you. It's the Mula look.
I like
This is the
it. It
Mula
looks
look.
like a Vedic police officer.
Yeah. Yes.
He's a Vedic police officer.
That's funny. Because my brother was a police officer.
Wow, I could see that. The one that we know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could
Yeah,
see
he was a
that.
cop.
That's cool. Wow.
Stop in the name of Allah.
You know.
He said stop in the name of Allah. That's funny.
I tried not to say it.
Check out the cover of this book right here.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Deep meditation pose. Look at booty on the top.
The chakras all lined up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no. This is Lucifer. This is Draconian.
This is Draconian.
Right. This is ancient dragon magic.
Ancient dragon magic.
Oh, Kristen,
Yeah.
do you have you done any research on the draconian charts?
Yes. I actually have somebody, Draconic or whatever is what they call it, I guess. I have someone who, well, my son's friend kept, this is strange. So my son's friend kept asking him about his placements and stuff. And he was like, dude, I don't know. That's my mom's jam. You got to ask my mom. So like his friend was asking him all about this, this stuff. So he sent him to me and he was asking me, what's my purpose and what's my soul, this and that. I'm trying to find it in my Draconic chart. Like all these questions. He's a little bit lost, but so I went into it, looked into it a little bit with him, and now I got him into the Vedic and he's like obsessed. But oh yeah, I think it's a pretty interesting system. I got that other program that I have, not the one that you helped me with, but the other one, Astro app. They have the Draconic system. They got Vedic. They have got tropical. They got many different Vedics.
They got all of them,
the problem is with that app is it says you can use it on an iPhone. No, you can't. And you got to have a desktop. I don't have one, so it partially works on my tablet. But that's about it.
Cosmic Insights is good because it's all on the app.
It's the best.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. I really appreciate that Cosmic Insights. That stuff is amazing. That page.
Yeah. The thing is, they've been doing, they come from lineages of astrologers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even know this. My ex, her uncle, their last name is Jyotisha. So they literally, their whole family, they live in Youngstown.
What? By me?
Yeah. Youngstown, Ohio.
Shit. Yeah.
So I asked her about it and she's like, they don't do that anymore. Like basically their families are doctors now.
Oh.
But they're not into it at all. But they have the records, you know what I mean? Like they keep all of that shit. So I gotta find a way to get that.
That's interesting. They say I've heard this before, where you come from a long family line of something spectacular, like joyfish, and then like everyone just forgets it, and then there's some kind of gap in the generations, and then someone starts to change and go back later on. Like everyone's doctors for a while, and then that one oddball decides to go back to their ancestry, and they're usually MAGA when they have that, because MAGA has to do with the blessings from the ancestors.
I'm pretty sure my ex has her Mars in Maga
Wow, that would be cool
In
if she got into it.
in the 5th house. I don't know. It was
Of
like she
creation.
actually had like we had like 3 of the same placements.
Love you guys. Sorry, I had to say bye.
No, you're good.
All right. Okay, but yeah, that is something that I've seen. You know, KRS.
Yeah, he has Maga, right?
How a lot of Hindu or Indian families, they moved on and like all become doctors or scientists, you know, something like that. And like then there's like the oddball out comes along and goes back to the family, you know, belief systems or back to the astrology. And they end up, you know, getting blessings from the ancestors because of it. But it's important to connect. And they say if you can name 7 generations back, that you're blessed. The more that you can name, the more blessed you are. The closest you can get to 7 generations, the better. So, like if you're able to name your actual ancestor, or you know, 7 generations back, and like name them and speak on them, it's supposed to be.
Started getting really muffled again, Kristen. I don't know if anything
Yeah.
changed on your end.
I can't hear nobody. Hello?
Hey.
Oh, it's clear
Sorry.
now.
Oh, my bad, guys. My phone was like messing up.
Good.
So, I was just saying that if you can, if you're able to name 7 generations back in your family, it says you get the blessings from your ancestors, and the more you can connect or speak on or you know talk about the generations, the farther back you go, the more blessings you get. So that's why I talk about generational wealth and these families that have been wealthy for many generations, and they have pictures of their great. There's something to that. They know something. You know?
Yeah. That current is basically still going.
Yep, absolutely. Building momentum.
And is that for anyone who can name their?
Yes, for anybody who can go their 7 generations back. But even if you can go 3 or 4, the closer you know, the more you go, the better. The more you know. But once you hit that 7, it's supposed to be the sweet spot where you get all kinds of blessings from the ancestors because of it. It's like
shit.
Yeah. Well, you know what I think about the Mexican tradition, you know, like Day of the Dead, when you put the ofrenda up and you put your ancestors up, and they say that if they're not on the ofrenda and if you don't put them there, that people in the, you know, that are crossed over, they start to be forgotten, I mean, and then, you know, they lose their space. They can't bless the ancestors or their family members. So it's kind of similar to that.
You have to do it on both sides?
Pardon?
Does it have to be on both sides?
The more the merrier, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You know something, that's kind of what Bobby Hemmett was ushering in when he did the libation. You know what I'm saying? That you call all the other deities' names, and then he had the people actually call their real families' names. So you're saying that to go to the 7th generation of your family, and you call that really makes a lot of sense, because that's a real deep internal connection. 7 generations away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that, because I got a cousin who's done some genealogy stuff, and I think one of the ancestors was Yancey.
Yeah.
I don't know how to spell that or anything, but that's the name that I was given them. And one of my cousins has the paper, but he won't give it to nobody or nothing, of an actual, like a receipt of one of the ancestors that was sold. So that kind of came. So I actually like that right there, that you can bring that forth.
Yeah, you know what's
Seventh
really
generation.
cool? Yeah, if you get a family tree done, we had it done on my father's side, and my
Oh, I think
grandmother,
no.
she's cousin. What'd you say?
It
Breaking
sounds
up.
like you're breaking up.
Oh, close the window. Sorry. How can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay, I had to roll the window up.
You're
Oh,
out
no,
again.
not bad.
We had
You are straight
a
robotic mode.
tree done, and Armina, who I didn't know she was that far. I was born. She's cousin of mine all the way back to. Dang. Wait until I stop driving.
Just you wait until I stop driving.
Django.
Yes, sir.
What's the yantra in the back? Sigil. Like, no, the other side.
Oh, you talking about right here?
Yeah.
This was actually a tree of life that I had on my wall.
Okay, yeah, that's what. Okay, I can see it now. Yeah, like that's just so. Yeah, I see it now. Tiferet.
I was changing the different spheres. I will put different things in the spheres.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show y'all a picture of one of my ancestors. I'm trying to remember if he's my great grandfather's or great grandfather's brother or uncle or something like this. Wait till you see this guy. If I can find the picture. Wait till you see this. Don't it always work like that when you start looking for something purposely, you can't find it? I would have already came across this picture if I was just randomly looking at him. Here we go.
Oh, interesting. He kind of looks like, hey, was any of your family from the South? Were they living in the South?
They was from North Carolina.
Did any of them ever travel, do you know, to like New Orleans or anything?
They came through New Orleans.
Okay, because a lot of French and a lot of Europeans and stuff like that. And I'm not talking just like white. I'm talking about like Europeans, like, you know, of all different nationalities coming through and owning land around there and stuff.
That's one thing I learned. My family were like freemen. There was like maybe one person that might have been enslaved, and that was like the beginning, and then they ended. He bought his own freedom, and it was good from that. But that picture shows the part of my family that they were Jewish. So these people were supposed to descendant from the what they call them when Columbus basically kicked them all out of the Alhambra.
Oh, yeah, they're the they're not the Ashkenazi, they're the
Sephardic.
Yeah, Sephardic. Yep. Yeah,
so they were Sephardic. So the stories of my family in North Carolina was, of course, you know what was going on down there back in them day. They would always pass for white. So right. they used to sit on the front of the bus and all of that shit, and people thought it was like that would be like their little secret thing that they would laugh about, because they would treat them like white people and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So it was
right.
Well, my family, one of my cousins, like I said, she's big into I just said the word. What's the word when you
Genealogy?
Genealogy. She's big into that. And then I got another cousin, the one who he has paperwork, but he's weird. Like he's actually a like he works with DNA and shit like that. Like he's some kind of a lab scientist. And he did like a search and actually found like the paperwork, like the freedom papers or some shit like that. But he won't let nobody get them. He don't want you to take no pictures of it, all kind of shit. But and he's really weird. Like he's so smart that I hate to even say it, but he's like a complete weirdo. Like you can't even. Terrible trying to communicate with him. So it's been like years. But that was really interesting what Christian just said to your 9th generation, because I just the other day I reopened up my I looked at my DNA test that I took a couple years ago on Ancestry.com, and I only have 1% like native, like, you know what I'm saying, what they would call Native American. So my bloodline, so I don't really have no real connection to the people of North America, except for whatever has, came in recent years. You know what I'm saying?
With that, I would say be careful of. I actually don't support the genetic testing for that, because there's just not enough evidence that supports it. A lot of times they get their samples off of certain populations, but they haven't gotten DNA samples from people all around the world. And a lot of the natives who were living here, they were wiped out, or they never had their blood drawn and put into any genetics or anything like that. So I would say just keep following the genealogy. Like I got a very good friend who found out that he's, I believe, Navajo or like full on Apache or something like that. But he found that out through genealogy, not through his genes. His genes would say, "Oh, you're from Africa."
Yeah.
But his whole family actually like was literally from the South.
Yeah.
So I would say
traced them a lot. Like you said, what you had said, you said New Orleans.
Yep.
Yep. We traced a lot to New Orleans, Alabama.
Because the thing about it too is that, like, as well as I do, Shango, when you look into history and actual like migrations of people, that, there are like European is not just white. Like the Moors controlled Al-Andalusia for so long. They controlled Europe that when they came over, like New Orleans was actually a free state. The French who were running it, the first plantation owners, were what we call black today. So like when you know that that's part of your history, like shit, you may be French.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Then you got one part come from Scotland.
Right. Like you may be a Huguenot. You may have some Huguenots in there, or you may have
all kind of shit mixed up. Nobody's is pure nothing. Ain't no, it's like we all been stepped on, you know what I'm saying? But
hell yeah, that'd be incest otherwise.
Yeah. They love it. They love the good incest.
Right. Well, and let's not forget too, like I think a lot of people too underestimate sex trade, but that's a real fucking thing.
That was major. That was major.
Yeah. So you get different nationalities coming from sex trades alone.
Like I recommend people, you got to go on YouTube. It's on there. So it's one of the most profound films that you will ever see on the process of slavery, and it's called Goodbye Uncle Tom. If you watch, and have you ever seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it a long time ago.
It's one of the most profound films that you can have. Is based off of them. Supposed to be 2 time travelers from Europe. They went back and they was asking questions. It'll show you the whole process of how it went down in New Orleans and all of that. It's some real interesting shit. But I would love to know. I would like to find the grave sites of some of my ancestors. That's like when I went to Connecticut a couple of weeks ago, it was pulling at me to go to the grave, like of my great grandmother and my grandmother and all of them. I had to go. I would have been totally out of order if I'd have went to Connecticut and didn't pay my respects at their place of entombment. You know what I'm saying? So just imagine that you can find your ancient ancestors' burial places.
Yeah,
You
that
can
would be
pay
interesting.
homage. Because you know there's an energy. It's not that it's going to be them there,
Right.
but it's like an energy of the essence of them that's there.
Just like working with any spirits, you're using them as a channel, as a symbol
Yeah.
to tap into a certain kind of energy. It just so happens that the correspondence is you. Your genetics, your genes is what connects you to them.
That's what I'm trying to do. I try to reach meditative states where I can actually go back and through the family line as like that.
I think
Ray
that
Rucker said he's from Waterbury.
What we've got going on here, I think that has to do with it, because I wasn't aiming for it, but I have pulled some memories. I have pulled out some information from great grandparents with some of this mantra meditation.
My brain is so obscure, Trav. I faced a lot of trauma in my human life that it affected me, that where my dream states that I'm still having to go through the shooty of that, of clearing out the wasteful dreams, you know what I'm saying? That when I do go into a sleep dream state, that I could kind of have, because I can remember my dreams, that I could kind of have some of those memories. I haven't, even in the conscious, awake states of meditation, I haven't really reached a state where I'm actually able to touch or communicate or pull up those memories of particular ancestors, or either I'm not capable of interpreting it correctly, so it could be, it could be multiple ways.
Yeah, I'm partially scared I have to work through my own shooting when it comes to that too. Like, cause I just don't know enough that I can't go back more than 4 generations so far. Cause then after that, it's out of the country. But also, huh?
I said, I really like that. I really like that y'all brought that concept up.
Yeah.
We had a family tree done. That's how I was able to go as far back as I was on my father's side. We went all the way back to Italy and Sicily with royalty. My grandmother's cousins with Al Capone.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So it was in Italy. You went all the way back to Italy.
Italy and Sicily. Yep.
Damn, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found out my great grandfather on my mom's side, my great great grandfather was part of a secret Arabian society here.
Ooh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. But he was an asshole.
Right. That sucks.
He was not that great of a person.
You know what's interesting? They talk, I was saying how they say that the farther back you can name, you get blessings from the ancestors. And when I think about it, all my talents, all my skills, like all the good things about me, well, not all the good things, but a lot of the talents that I have come from my father's side, and they all run in the family. And each one of the kids that my father had is a talented artist, musician, and all his grandkids, all of us. It's so there must be something to that, because the only thing I got from my mom is, well, I mean, she's intelligent and her wit and stuff, and maybe some looks, but like interest and stuff. And like, we don't know her family. We only know her mom, who was very abusive, and her grandfather. The rest, she doesn't have any, relationship with her dad. And so we really don't know.
You know what's interesting about what you just said? On my mother's side, it really, really manifests the energy of the feminine. It was all I had all my aunts, my great aunts. I had my Uncle Curtis, Uncle P, but I had the majority of women raised me, right? But on my father's side, because my father wasn't there. So, but once I started learning about my father's side, all fucking villains.
Wow.
I'm talking about these dudes are fucking my family. On my because I talked to my uncle, my father's brother is 81 years old. They were involved in so much crime. I was like, damn, maybe it was good that I wasn't hanging with that side of the family. I did enough crime by myself. I might have been dead or in jail messing with them. But everything with them was like aggression. All the men are like hardcore, and it was crazy. Like, you know, like I'm just saying, they represent, my father's side actually really represents the solar force. And my mother's side, everybody was like my great grandmother and all gentle women, and they were really spiritual. And the men out of my mother's side, they were like just really hard workers, or they were always fixing stuff with their hands and shit like that. So that's some interesting thing. You just know, y'all made me open my mind to really like contemplate like that kind of stuff. Like just now seeing that. That's interesting. And I don't even want to talk about my Geechee family in South Carolina. Oh man, you don't even want to get into that. Walk into the house and there is a line of squirrels, freshly shot, laying on the kitchen table.
Wow.
That kind of country. Like, no, ma'am, I will not be joining you for dinner tonight.
You know, I wonder if, well, I already know, obviously, this group, all of us, we have a tie. And usually that comes from being connected in past lives. You know, there's chance that some of us were family in past lives.
I'm around, you crazy, man.
What did you say?
I'm around talking about he'll be down to eat squirrel.
Oh God.
And beaver, weirdo.
And beaver.
With some Ray's barbecue sauce. Oh my God.
Sweet baby
Ray's.
Now
I'm getting hungry. Now I'm getting hungry.
Baby Ray's.
Now I'm getting hungry.
Double dipped it, baked, and it came out honey glazed baby Ray's. I don't want to eat no squirrel, man.
Can I get some vegan
I didn't
squirrel?
eat none of that stuff. They ate turtle and squirrel. I ate none of that stuff.
Turtles?
Hell,
oh, that sounds good.
Turtles. I don't even like people who eat turtles.
I want to try snake. I want to try they have this like lizards out in Arabia. I want to try that.
I've tried snake. I had rattlesnake chili, and I only ate it because my homeboy is a chef, and he actually cooked it. When he was living in DC, he actually cooked rattlesnake chili for the Republican convention, some kind of a dinner that they had or some shit like that. So he brought me some. So it actually tastes like regular chili. It was like no different. It was like it had meat. It was just meat with chili. It was seasoned up good.
There's a nakshatra. I can't remember. It's not Rohini, but it's one that would, and I think it might be Ardra. It's one that has to do with Shiva. I'm thinking maybe it's Mula, but they usually like weird or odd foods that people will go ugh about. Like they like things like snake or alligator and squirrels.
I tried
that. Well, whatever that is.
I want to try all those. Like I'd be really down to try.
Have you eaten alligator before?
No, not yet.
I had alligator nuggets. Like, you know, it was just like alligator chunks fried and they like nuggets. It tastes really, really like fishy. It was a real, it's real aquatic. It's an aquatic taste to it.
I've tried like octopus and like all the
Oh.
other seafoods.
I
Those
tried
are real.
that, yeah.
Octopus is really good.
I actually tried that.
It is. I like it.
I like squid. I
Spanish-
can't eat octopus.
Well, that's
Puerto Ricans
calamari,
used
isn't
to
it?
like Puerto Ricans up north like
Calamari
to
is
cook
squid.
a lot of calamari. That's good. I like oysters, mussels.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Sea vaginas,
I don't know. That's weird.
Land vagina.
land vagina, sea vaginas, land vaginas.
I actually ate lamb while looking at a live lamb, looking at me eating lamb.
Oh, geez. What
I
was
could
that
tell
like?
that the lamb knew I was eating lamb. Like he was looking at me. And I was looking at him.
Oh,
and
that was a weird
talking about,
moment.
we were scared. We were staring right into each other's eyes as I enjoyed lamb off the barbecue.
Oh man.
Django, have you like when you were practicing or when you were into like Islam, did you ever do like the like for one of the Eids, they have like the Eid of slaughtering and you like slaughter like a goat? Have you
No.
done that?
I've seen that. I've seen this gentleman before I went raw vegan. I was trying to eat clean meat and I was eating halal. And there was this gentleman on YouTube. There was a video of him where he would do this prayer and the animal would lay down and submit and just be completely calm and serene. And they would just do a little slit and it would just go to sleep. It wasn't like,
and he closes their eyes too. Like he
Yes,
takes their ears and he puts it over their eyes.
over the eyes. Yep.
That's
So-
the best. That's the best meat you can eat killed like that.
Yeah, because there's no trauma in that.
stress.
Yeah,
No
no stress,
stress,
no cortisol. And something else is, the whole thing that people talk about, the adrenochrome that comes from a tortured mammal, the adrenochrome. What do you think is happening when you're torturing animals? Do you think that's running through their body? Of course. So
Why you think people love rare, like their meat just be blue? You know what I'm saying? They love it because they like the gamey taste of it. That gamey taste that they talk about is high levels of iron.
and if you're gonna eat meat, you want it a little bit raw.
Yeah, it's
because it's got living enzymes in it. So you could still get sick, but I'm saying like the closer it is to living, the better it is for you. So the more you cook it, the more the life comes out of it.
Yeah.
I only ask because
Right
next
now.
month I'm about to do mine for the first time.
Ooh, wow. Are you gonna record it?
Yeah, probably. Now
I
that
would
you
love
asked.
to see
I didn't
it.
think about
I'm
that.
interested. Like I'm interested to see. I'm not like, ooh, I want to see you kill an animal. It's not that. I'm just interested to see what the process.
That'd be dope, man.
Because when I was like 15, I was like too scared, basically. Like I wasn't down.
Yeah.
But now I'm down.
Damn, that's some deep shit. Nah, not the masjid that I took Shahada. That definitely was nowhere in the vocabulary of doing that right there. That's
you gonna wear
dope.
your beads when you do it?
Nah, I mean I'm gonna be with my dad, so nah.
I was gonna say don't wear those when you do that.
I mean, I would if I wasn't with my dad though. Shoot.
I don't think it's. I would say it wasn't a good idea. They say not to even eat meat at all when you're wearing them, let alone to maybe.
I mean,
take one out.
I definitely eat
wearing
meat
what?
when I'm wearing my rudrakshes.
What are you talking about?
I've had Popeye's chicken sandwiches with my rudrakshes. Shoot.
And nothing has happened, right? Not that you know of. No issues.
Nope.
What are you guys talking about? What are you talking about?
I like
the beads, the rudrakshas or whatever.
Yeah, you got to be careful doing them. You can't just be doing any old thing with them on.
Yeah, there's a whole like Sadhguru talks all about the way you got to be careful with when you're wearing them, who you're wearing them around, what kind you're wearing. If you have family, that kind of things that can happen. Like I told you about that, Amar. It makes you separate from your family, and you ended up moving like right after you got them.
Yeah.
But it can bring some turmoil. It causes transformation, but it also says they talk about you need to be vegetarian, or at least when you're eating anything that is meat or non-veg, that you need to take them off. That's just what they say. That doesn't mean that you have to. It's like something strict you got to follow, but this is just like guidelines, I guess.
I mean,
but that's the same thing with ilekes. when you get Ileke beads from like Santeria or
Yes.
Palo Mayombe, you can't be wearing those all doing it. You can't be having sex with them beads on
Right.
and
Right.
doing
That's what they say.
getting drunk and all kind of
Is
stuff
there,
like that. You're not
Christian, is
supposed
there
to
a
even do it.
nakshatra? Is there a
Huh?
nakshatra that would like when you say that, like it's people say not to do those types of things and like the spiritual
Yes.
authorities? Is there a
Yes.
nakshatra that would do
Yes.
that just because the spiritual authorities say that you shouldn't?
Yes.
No,
And
I don't want to say.
also
You know
ninth
something?
house placements. Like
You said
depending,
ninth
what do you have
house?
in your ninth? Yeah, whatever you have
I
in
have
your ninth
Saturn
house.
in the ninth. I got Saturn in the ninth.
And what nakshatra is it?
It's Purva Bhadrapada.
Purva. Oh, yes. That makes perfect sense.
Because
I
I
don't
do
even
all
wanna- I
that,
don't
like
even wanna
what you
play
guys
with
just
my
said, not
ninth
to do it with the Rudrakshas. I do all
You
that
do it
with
all.
the Rudrakshas
And
on.
that's
Yeah.
what makes sense, because Purva Bhadrapada and especially the ninth house will make you not only question your authority, question your gurus, but look to go beyond your gurus and beat the guru. Like aspire to be as good and better than the guru. And then
And that's
sometimes
actually a
they'll be,
real yogic path too.
yeah, no, absolutely.
It's to do that. Yeah, to go
Also,
with. It's
Mula
not
breaks the
necessarily you
rules.
going against your. Yeah, that's actually a real pathway.
It is. And sometimes people are you're molding something individually. You know what I mean? Maybe
Yeah.
the average person shouldn't do these things and it's like a beginner's thing, but maybe you're not the beginner. Maybe you've done this before and you know what you got to do now. Your spirit knows.
And I mean, like I still treat them like in my, like I treat them
with respect.
my respect. You know what I mean? It might not be
Yes.
respectful to someone else's eyes, but for me, I treat them with respect.
Absolutely.
And so I have a relationship with them. You know what I mean? Like I talk everything. Like
yeah, no,
but-
that's all that matters really, is what makes you, because think about it. These are good things to tell people that are beginners, because as people that are not adept, because like Moldavite, another thing that can completely turn your life upside down if you're not ready for it.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Dang,
But also
I
you
got
gotta
that.
forget-
Yeah, that's one of the first crystals I got.
Oh yeah. Well, you're Mula though. You rule destruction. Like you.
That's what I've been like.
Power.
I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like if I'm
That's your
not
power.
like destroying myself in a spiritual way, then like destruction will happen to make me turn inward.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So that makes sense. Complete sense.
And like part of my like rituals, like with the Rudrakshas, is like basically in all my meditations at the end, I have like either Prana Shakti or like Kalima, like how that picture is. I have her like chop my head off, and then I see her.
Wow.
I like see her from her perspective, so I like go into her, and then I chop my own head off. You know what I mean? Or my body's head off, not mine. So it's like I do that like at least once a day, like when I wake up and when I go to sleep.
There are stories of samurai cutting heads off of their foes and sitting the head next to them and having full conversations with them.
That's basically a yogic meditation. It's called like a bhava. It's basically using your imagination to like make something manifest into fruition.
I had to really
they have yogic meditations that like, because I was gonna name the project Ajna. I was gonna name it Project Bhavana, which is like one of those meditations.
You know what's my new meditative thing something that I'm communicating with right now is this.
Oh yeah. Plants.
Jinx.
Yep.
That's my new CBD. That's actually a CBD strand. But I'm
beautiful.
I'm really communicating with it because I can see when it moves, and I know that what mood it's in.
You're programming it.
Like right now, I can see that it's not happy about something because a couple of tips of the leaves they got kind of a yellowing on there. So I know something's going on with the nutrients. So I got to communicate with it to figure out what exactly is bothering it. But these plants, because I grew a real cannabis plant, a Girl Scout cookie strand a couple years ago. And that thing had so much. I'm talking about these plants are so intelligent. They're not like regular plants. These things are so intelligent. You really really communicating with this plant. You know, it's really hard to explain, but I think y'all understand what I'm
that yellowing might be nitrates.
That's what I was thinking. It's either some kind of a you know, because really the chemicals it loves is it loves that potassium and nitrogen. So I don't know what it might be depleted of something, or it might be getting too much of something.
A little tip, I don't know if you have any ormus, but if you get ormus, put it in the water that you give the plant.
Ormus.
And use rainwater if you can. Ormus minerals. It makes it easy for the plant to absorb it. The very next day, the plant will be like huge and like happy. You'll see it like glowing almost.
Because what I did, I gave it some, because I usually give it a purified or distilled water, but I gave it some rainwater the other day that I had a little dish outside. So I don't know if I'm kind of trying to think if it turned yellow after I did that, then I mean that something else might have been in that freaking dish. You know what I'm saying? And it might have just been, you know, through the water. You were saying something too about ninth house. What did you say? Something about the ninth house, Christian?
Yes, hold on one second. I was saying that ninth house of guru, and depending on the nakshatra, will have you questioning your guru or attacking the guru. Oh, thank you. Here you go. Take this.
Yeah, I've always maybe earlier when I was Muslim, I wouldn't express it to my sheikhs and stuff, but I always had some type of problem with the way they either taught or something that they did.
Same. I've always had issues with, and not on purpose, but especially my art teachers. And it was really, it's really messed up when you're a kid and the art teacher is competitive with you. It just, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And then, those kind of things suck. And then it just kind of, there's something else that I have recognized about me with Saturn. See, there's two aspects. I have this thing where sometimes I have this competition that takes place with the gurus since I was younger, but then there's also an aspect where I become the favorite of the most harsh and most aggressive teachers, so everyone else is afraid of them. I somehow befriend them, or they end up liking me for some reason, or I perform above and beyond what they expected, and so then they make me their favorite. When I went to Catholic school, there was teachers that would hit us, and everyone was afraid of the two, Mr. Harkness and Mr. Spencer. And those two teachers were my favorite because I got close to them. And I was thinking about this, how Saturn, that's Saturn energy. So how Saturn has actually really been helpful in my life more than restricting. Although my Sati was when I started using drugs. So that wasn't great, but I learned lessons there. So.
Yeah.
That's some interesting shit right there. Saturn, the whatever demonic forces that are associated with Saturn really has some powerful usages. If you're I don't know if I really thought about Saturn the way that you said. So you make me think differently when you on Christian, because you make me correlate stuff with myself, just not looking at it from as an opposite, something separated from me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. That's some interesting big time stuff right there.
Yeah, something eventually you'll just start thinking in astrology like everything. All you're going to think of is, what is this influencing this? What is, I wonder what's making this person look this way or feel this way. And you'll start to get revelations about yourself and what planets seem to be helping you more than others.
Yeah. Let me look at my Western chart and see what Saturn got going on.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said I need to look at my Western chart and see what Saturn. So
Oh,
Saturn
yeah.
was in retrograde in Gemini. So it's pretty much so on my Eastern chart. Saturn is in retrograde in Taurus, but on in the Western it's Saturn retrograde in Gemini, and Gemini became my moon sign in the Jyotish system.
I see.
So my moon sign in the Eastern, my moon sign in Western is Cancer, and my sun sign is a Sagittarius. But in the Eastern, my sun sign is a Scorpio, and my moon sign is Gemini.
Yeah, I definitely could tell the Gemini. Oh yeah, by the way, Jupiter's going retrograde, starting, just to let everybody know that. It begins.
Oh yeah.
Jupiter's going retrograde too?
Yeah, Jupiter is. So, but
The best time of the year.
yeah, but it's okay because Saturn is in Capricorn. So, because Jupiter's debilitated in Capricorn, but because Saturn is there, Saturn does well in Capricorn. It kind of makes it much easier. So it's not going to be terrible. But some people are going to have money's going to come, but then there's going to be a shortage again. So just heads up, there's to save your money right now for the end of summer, because the end of summer there's going to be a bit of a crash in the economy. So save what you can just in case for a little bit.
I believe that. I believe you're absolutely right. What is in the Western you have Charon, Phallus, Juno, Vesta,
Chiron, yeah.
Lilith.
Yeah, they're like
in the
asteroids
East,
and stuff. They're all significant. They're like asteroids and different little places up in the sky. What I like to do is excuse me. I usually open up a tropical system along with the Vedic and and then you got to learn your degree, so then you can find out what nakshatra your stuff is in. You can change that over to your Vedic, but you can also do the nakshatras for the tropical system. When we'll get into that, and I'll teach how we can do that as we start with the Vedic lives when we start on Friday. We'll actually get into that, so I can teach you guys how to
brainwave sound journeys.
And when you look at your Western chart, you can see the correspondences to your Eastern chart, the way that the positions of the house. Like I'm looking at house 1 was in Scorpio. So when I look at my Eastern chart, my sun sign is Scorpio. And then sun was in the first house in my Western chart.
And that's your ascendant.
Where is I love it, man. I love
so
how
your
you break
ascendant
this
and
up.
your sun is so your sun is also with the ascendant. So that's cool. What that means, that's really good to have your sun in the ascendant, because it's making someone's ego strong. So what'll happen is you'll have confidence, and you'll know yourself, because you're going to have usually some ups and downs, some challenges, because you got Scorpio, right? You said that?
Scorpio
on your ascendant?
Scorpio is you mean in the
first house?
Scorpio in my Eastern is in Mercury, but Scorpio is
your first house, you said, for tropical, right?
Wait
that's
a minute.
what your sun is too?
Hold on 1 second. I just lost my whole. Yeah, Scorpio is house 1. The position
Yeah.
House 1 is in Scorpio.
Okay, yeah. So what your sun is your ego and your soul or spirit manifestation, and then the first house is also ego, body, sense of self. To have the sun there, that's good. It makes someone confident. So that's good to have that place there. And usually it's where it lights everything up. So it's going to help. You're here to learn about yourself in this life. That's what you're doing right now. You're here to experience yourself, to really learn through you, as opposed to some people are here to help others. Like it's all focused on relationships. People that have a lot of placements in the 7th house. It's a lot of focus on
that
other
would be
people.
like mine. I got a Sagittarius stellium in the 7th house.
Wow, yeah.
I'm glad you said, see, Christian, you heavy with this shit. I was thinking about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to purpose and doing something and shit, that should be having me, like I said, to be a upheaval. Like, do I got to keep starting over? But you just hit it. Like, I'm here to fucking do, like, I don't want to say do me, but I got to correct some shit. I got so much me work to do that it's like it'd be hard to do other people work. But at the same time, a lot of people come to me to do shit.
Yep. And the thing is you having sun in the first is going to draw people to you like a light. So people want to talk to you. They want to tell you their problems. They want to get your insight. And that's fine. But you can't get lost in that, because you got to make sure to take care of you first. That's what you got to do right now. Your ascendant is like our journey, the thing you're here to learn, right? And you got your sun there too. So now that's really strengthening that area. You really got some focus right here. So you want to learn about your first house and what that all means, because that's significant for you.
Some heavy shit. First house is Mars and Venus are the planets that's in there.
You got Venus there?
Venus and Mars.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We talked about the Venus and Mars combination. How does anybody right now does anyone have Mars in Cancer in this chat? Anybody on their natal? Their Mars in Cancer?
No.
Okay. Well, Mars is in Cancer right now, which Mars hates to be in Cancer. So, but people that do have Mars in Cancer need to be.
I think there might be someone that's not in the Zoom, but that might be listening that has Mars in Cancer.
So anyone that does have
Laura,
Mars
isn't
in Cancer,
Alonzo's Mars in Cancer?
Oh, yeah. Ooh, I have to look at it. I think you might be right.
Okay, so anyone that does have Mars in Cancer right now needs to be really careful driving and really careful at home. What's going on in their home life, and don't make a rash decision to break up, because it's going to be stormy. Cancer and Mars don't do well in the same house, because that's mother and soldier. So the energy will be low and accidents can happen. Also, there could be bickering. So, and we got a month left of that. So that's something that is important to recognize right now. I had to make sure to take care of my Jeep. My Jeep brakes were going out, and I knew if I didn't get that fixed while Mars was in Cancer, that was going to cause a problem. So I took care of that.
When is Saturn out of retrograde?
What'd you say?
When is Saturn coming out of retrograde?
Not until Saturn stays in there for 4 months, so not until the end of summer. Jeez. October. Yeah. Yeah, but my dad has Mars in Cancer, and he also has some of the other placements that are kind of dangerous right now. So I had to let him know to be careful. And apparently he's going to be out of work now. He's got injured, so his Mars in Cancer played out for him.
Damn.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm like,
you blowing my mind today, man.
Yeah, my mom, who usually dogs astrology and thinks that, she didn't, she's like, okay, whatever about it. And now, because I told her what was coming and it came, she had me come over, do her chart and do my dad's chart. And she's calling me every day, telling me she's doing Saturn's mantra. I can't even believe it. I'm like, I'm
dope.
serious. Yeah. What's crazy is my mom is definitely the least religious person ever. So for her to do the mantra, I was just like blown away by that.
Damn. You know, you can tell your mom that what's the singer? Damn, Tina Turner changed her whole life around.
Oh yeah, she knows. Yeah, she knows about that. Yeah, what was funny is I saw it in her chart, though. I saw it in my mom's chart that she was going to have a spiritual awakening. And I'm like, I don't know how that's going to happen. And then it turned out to be from something I was telling her. So that seems to be happening for her.
See, that's, I need to know that. I need to look at my chart and know what's going on at particular time. I be going through some shit in my personal life sometimes. You know what I mean? So I be like, damn, I wonder how can I be prepared?
Prepared. Your transits. That helps a lot. I read my transits every day. And you could read your tropical transits. Tropical ones, that's what I read every day, my tropical transits, and they are on point. Remember, it's the physical, so they really, but so do my my Vedic transits. They always work out too. They're just in different ways. Where's your dad? Interesting. Okay, let's see. Oh. Yeah,
see, that right there be so much. It's like that's why I'll listen to you because this Vedic astrology, that's a whole yoga system by itself.
Mm-hmm.
So for me to ingest what I'm already researching and studying, and at the same time, I can't do it because one's going to take me away from the other.
Right.
Because this stuff is super heavy.
It's a discipline.
Yeah, you're right. It would take so much discipline. I would have no time for nothing to be honest with you. As much as I'm.
If you want, you can follow me on TikTok. I don't know if you already do. And I started teaching little clips on there. So little bits at a time really help, kind of like a flashcard type thing. So I do little excerpts.
Since TikTok has become my new worldly influence, since I'm new to TikTok, I catch myself just can't even get off of it. Like, oh shit. Let me see. Okay? What's your name on there?
At Witchy Crafter.
I think I might have. I think I'm already because something about that name sound familiar.
You might be on there already.
You might have seen her on the YouTube.
Oh, that's the name I saw today.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No, this ain't you. You got blonde hair?
Yeah, that was a wig.
That's not you, Chris.
That's not
your whole
you.
name is right under it. Like this is.
That's me. That's just me with a wig on.
You said you got blonde hair.
Okay, boom, there it is.
One of my favorite like excerpts from Light on Life by Robert Savoda. He talks about how like sadhana or Jyotish is a sadhana, like a spiritual practice. Just like taught with Shuddhi, like Jyotish is a system, like it's a practice.
Yeah. It really is because
the spiritual path.
Yeah. And that's what I meant by yoga, you know, like a particular path that you can, that's a whole separate path. I'm trying to follow Bhakti and Jnana right now. So
they all connect.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah. That's why it's like, for me, like for my Gemini ascendant, Jyotish is like, it brings together everything in one spot. So it's like, it's literally a mixed pot of everything in one.
It totally is.
Yo, you got blackberries growing?
Yes, I do.
Oh, that's dope, man. I used to have a blackberry bush around the corner from my house when I
blackberries,
up north.
Strawberries, currants, lemon trees.
You got a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I got a grapefruit tree in my backyard right now. It blooms. That kind of comes in more when it's kind of colder.
Yeah.
Weather
I love
cools off.
grapefruit.
They start bloom. It took people before I bought this house. They said, man, one guy said, I asked him about that tree because I ain't never seen one before. And they was like, man, I don't know, it's some kind of citrus tree, but I have never seen nothing grow on it. Shit, since I've been living here, that shit, I done ate a whole bunch of grapefruits.
Do those flowers not smell amazing on that tree?
Oh my God, the whole street smells like it.
Yep. Neroli.
Oh man.
And there'd be so many bees. I love seeing bees because the bee population is really affected. I've always had a thing about bees ever since I was a kid. I've always been drawn to fucking bees. But
Me too. That's funny.
They hang around that tree all the time when them little flowers in bloom.
Yeah.
And you are absolutely correct. It smells. I wish I was capable of bottling, of knowing like real.
You can make enfleurage out of that.
Huh?
You can make an enfleurage out of that. What you do is you take the flowers, you pick them.
Yeah.
And you'll take like coconut butter, or you should do shea butter, not coconut, and spread it out like peanut butter, like on a big sheet, flat. Yeah. Okay. And then put the flowers on top of it facing downward and put it in the sun. And as the flowers dry, the oil will pull the essential oils out of the flower into the oil and then the butter. And then you'll have the butter smelling like that. You can use it on your body.
Oh, that's super dope right there.
Yeah. Or you can dry the flowers, but you want to dry them with a real dehydrator. Once you got them nice and dry, then you can put them in like jojoba oil or apricot kernel oil. You want one that doesn't have a smell, and you want it to be like a clear or a white oil, not like yellow or green.
Yeah.
And yeah, that stuff, I'm telling you.
Damn, because I always thought about, I would love to capture that. So I'm going to try that.
Well, you could distill it too if you know how to distilling. What you do, you know how to just can you distill at home? You know how to do that with a pot with some ice and boiled water.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the process. I've just never done it.
Yeah, you just pick a bunch of those flowers and put them in the pot, in the water, and then put something in the pot, like a piece of like a rock, and then put another bowl on top of that, and that bowl is going to catch all the oils from the steam. And then you got to put a pot on top of that, a pot lid. You boil it, and you make sure you put ice on top of the lid so that it's like cool on top and hot underneath, so it gets condensation, and then all the steam from the roof of the top of the pot will fall into the bowl. And then when the stuff is done and you open it, you'll have a bowl full of essential oil. Then the water will be hydrocil. You can use both. So you just strain the flowers and you use the water as a hydrocil, just spray it in your face as to cool off. And then the oil. Yeah, the essential oil, that stuff is expensive. You can, with that tree, I'm telling you, you can make some really awesome fucking essential oil for yourself.
That is fucking dope. I am going to, that is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a jasmine plant that grows.
Same. I love jasmine.
So I be doubles. I wish that I was capable of having that jasmine plant bloom all summer, but once the Florida sun starts doing this thing, it's a wrap.
Yeah, totally.
They can't take that heat. I be watering it, and because it loves when it's is in full bloom. It loves to be overwatered.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I noticed about cannabis plants. They are drinkers. It loves water.
Yeah, absolutely.
Damn, that's some good information right there. I can't wait till this grapefruit tree.
Yeah, when it happens,
doing its thing.
When you go to do it, if you need me to help you, message me and I'll tell you the steps better and let you know what to do.
That's dope. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, you'll love it. Oh my God, I'm telling you. Once you start doing that, I'm not joking, you could really make some money off of something like that. If you've got enough on your tree, people in your area would buy it. Like if you had you said essential oil made from my grapefruit tree, and you like had a stand outside, people would love that. Oh my God.
Telling you, I got a whole freaking grapefruit tree in the backyard with thorns and all.
Hell yeah. They all have them thorns, man.
Oh man, them things, you don't even want to get stuck with them things because you get stuck with it. I think it shoots some kind of a citrus in you in the stick, so it burns so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and the raspberry vines, they also, oh my God. They have
I'm good at growing stuff. I can grow stuff. I
Same.
can grow.
You got rohini in your chart?
No, I don't think I have rohini. No, I
I
don't
asked about rohini because rohini's the seed, but Swati's good at, like I said, manifesting their own reality and growing things, creating things. Yeah. So
like this here, see what I did? Well, this iPhone that I'm talking on right now, I just changed the screen my the other day, and then earlier today I took apart this my Samsung Galaxy and I'm ordering the inside part. So I'm that kind of person. I'll take stuff apart and fix it. I love gardening.
Listed SMH.
I can do well. Pretty much, I can fix all kind of shit. Like my water heater went out. I bought it, fixed it, and put a new water heater in my house myself. You know what I'm saying? So I know how to. I can naturally do all that kind of stuff.
You're good at reverse engineering, obviously.
Yes.
That might be something. You got Mula in your chart?
Mula?
Yeah.
I don't have Mula.
You got Ardra though, right?
I have Ardra as
okay.
A moon nakshatra.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Swati is my ascendant, and Mars is in Swati.
Nice.
I was doing Rudra and Ardra mantras for a while, and that was pretty interesting. But I've always resonated with Shiva. Like that's why, like Shango and Shiva, they carry both the same energy to me.
Yeah.
To me, Shango is Shiva, just like on another vibratory form, in another language, in another culture. But damn, yo, Joyce's astrology is nothing to play around with.
Oh, there's something I wanted to tell you, Travis. Are you still here?
Yes, I am.
So if you want to, like on TikTok or YouTube, you want to look at your midheaven, your 10th house, the career house, and see what sign it's in. And so let's say it's in Leo. Well, you want to make yourself look like, color your hair with one of the colors associated with Leo. Do a lot of, your background needs to be associated with Leo energy. Leo needs to be seen because that is your midheaven, and that is your career, your public image, persona. And if you use that house's energy, it will help you be seen correctly and in a positive light. And as opposed to possibly like using the opposite colors or something. So you want to play up your and then you can go even deeper and go to the nakshatra, but you want to play up that house's energy in your videos.
Yo, Chris, my MC is in Purva Bhadrapada too. It's at the cusp, 0 degrees, Aquarius and Pisces.
Wow.
I just realized that.
You know what's so interesting? The a lot of people that get roles for like mermaids get one of the Bhadrapadas or Pusha, and that's because it's ruled by Saturn. But it's funny, a lot of the people that have
because that's the 1 foot, because Ajay Ekapada, like mermaids have 1 foot.
That's
what
also serpent of the deep.
Makes so much sense.
And think about serpent of the deep, right?
Yeah.
So
wow.
And then what Saturn does is it causes the eyes to be a little bit far apart. It gives it like an ethereal alien / mermaid look. So you see these people get put in the mermaid roles or the alien roles all the time.
Whoa.
And they're usually Saturn or one of the Bhadrapadas, involved.
Yeah, because my MC's Purva Bhadrapada, the fourth pada, 0 degrees Pisces.
So and it's so so then you would play up those energies.
So more like Pisces energies in my public image.
Yep. Very like
definitely a mermaid.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Or like 2 fishes, just experiment with it and see what happens.
Yeah.
What's the,
my K2 is there too. That's the thing, but it's at 29 degrees Pisces, so it's like 29 degrees away.
And
what it's still in the 10th house.
Yeah, 10th house, but it's different nakshatra.
Yeah, it's in what's it called? The last one, Ravati.
Ravati. Oh, that's so cool though, because Ravati is another one that brings fame. Think of because Ravati brings like notoriety for being attractive or being put together well.
Yeah, I think because that's where my K2 is. So I definitely had experience into like meditations and whatnot that like in past lives I had like the fame and notoriety and all that.
Yeah, for sure. So
dang. Okay.
And then also go like, let's say you want to increase the positive energies in your home life. Go to your 4th house and see what
just the correspondences basically.
Yeah. And decorate the home in those energies. Oh my God, like, ooh, it's so itchy. Just got back to the campground. Getting bugs everywhere. Hate it. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, that's good information. Like that MC thing that you said about and like making those energies more seen, like putting it in your background and whatnot, because that is what it is already.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, and what's really cool is if you've got like planets, even if you don't have any planets there, it's the sign is good. But then you go to your planets in there. So now you also emphasize those planets. And then you emphasize the nakshatra. The thing is the house itself will the energy of the whole house is really good to portray. So like you can get nitty gritty and get to the nakshatras, of course, but if it's just Cancer, if it's just Leo, if it's just Pisces, there's a whole energy field there you can use in putting Pisces behind you. So that's something you could do. And the color scheme, you look up what colors go with what signs, and then like color your hair that, or wear makeup of that color, or shirts, wear the shirts of that color, have the back of the wall those colors, things like that. It's like Feng Shui, literally. It's like Feng Shui. It's connected. It's all connected.
I'm looking up the correspondences for Purva Bhadrapada right now. That's why in basketball, I love the one, like one of my shots is basically on 1 foot. It's like a floater.
Oh my God.
It's on 1 foot.
That's so crazy.
The piece.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Oh, how cute. Hi, buddy.
The piece.
Hey.
Hi, sweetie.
Hey.
Peace. Look at your curly hair. You know what, Amar?
J. Akapada is also Baphomet because it's the 1-footed, unborn 1-footed goat.
Yes.
And that's what Baphomet is.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a form, like the Baphomet is a form of Rudra, which is Shiva.
Yes. And
Yeah.
put that up on the wall behind you.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Serious. Wow.
Yeah, I'm about to print it out soon. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
Yeah.
Today.
I'm excited to see. It's a really good experiment to do, right? To see what comes of it.
I'm actually gonna be like, once I move out, I plan on getting a lot of tattoos.
Oh, I can't wait.
But they're basically like
tattoos.
invocations of symbols and
yes,
energies and deities. Yeah.
Yep. Yes. Getting tattoos was a spiritual practice that they activated aspects of ourselves, our ancestors and deities. And that's the thing that a lot of people that get tattoos might not know, but yeah, it was a spiritual practice. So you can unlock all kinds of energies with tattoos. All kinds.
I'm gonna say peace out, everybody. Let me go take care of this guy.
Bye, Django.
Peace.
Bye.
Say peace.
Peace.
Oh, that's adorable.
Come on, dude.
How cute. Sorry about all the robot noises today when I was driving. It's been a hectic day. Had a bunch of kids with us at the campground. I had to take them back into town, so it was hard to talk in the car. My phone won't let me talk freehand, so.
Oh no, yeah, you're a lot clearer now.
Yeah. I'm at campgrounds now. No more driving.
I was looking at the research that they have on Purva Bhadrapada, and you know how I mentioned before, I'm doing my first, basically one of those sacrifices next month. It says the animal and human blood sacrifices of the Mayan civilization is associated with this nakshatra. They had that for the Purva Bhadrapada in Cosmic Insights.
I love that Cosmic Insights. I love that. They every day, every hour, that changes.
Yeah, it tells you that.
They tell me what mantra to do, and I do it every time.
Even subconsciously now, it happens. Like my phone will vibrate, and I'll be like, I'll play a game with myself. I'll try to guess, basically practice my ESP, and guess what hour it is.
What it is.
And I'm usually right now.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I realize if I turn everything into a game, it turns into fun for me, and then I just do it faster and better.
Yep.
And that thing that Travis said last week about if you conceive reality as a game, that's what's gonna happen, that hit. And he's he mentioned the cheat codes and everything, and I was like, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love games.
Yeah, I think I got to get a reading from you, Kristen. There's so many questions that are going on in my head right now, and I don't want to take up all the airspace.
Go ahead and ask, though. Go ahead.
Okay, so you mentioned earlier so I had to kind of be in and out, but you were mentioning earlier about decorating your home in a specific way. And so what is that fourth house type of stuff or?
Yes, fourth house.
Okay. So, okay. So if in my fourth house, I got my Saturn in retrograde, and my Saturn's in Uttara Ashada, Capricorn.
Okay. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. 1 second. Ooh. Okay, so
what degree is it?
Ooh, that's stuck. So you want to do is Capricorn energy. So look up the colors associated with Capricorn. Excuse me. The deities, the mythology with your. Sorry, I got something stuck.
You're fine.
Sorry. Oh, I swallowed an ice cube. The deities and everything associated with your nakshatra.
Okay.
Colors that deal with Capricorn, and you want to put it in your house. So, and yours is said in Uttara Ashada, right?
Yeah.
And I think that is sun. Isn't that sun? ruled nakshatra, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so images of the sun will do well there. And you got Saturn there, you said? Saturn does well because that's its own house of Capricorn. So images of Capricorn, things to do with Saturn energy, things to do with Capricorn, colors associated with Capricorn.
So like Saturn and Sun energy?
You can, if you want to get deep with the nakshatra, or you could just
Saturn is a sun too, but that's
in a difference. Yep.
Yeah.
So you want to either be and use the sign of Capricorn as a ambiguous general, so you can do many things and cover your whole house. So because it's the house placement in general. If you want to get and strictly just do the nakshatra, you can do that, but you would be just fine with just Capricorn. It depends, whatever you feel is right for you. If you feel like you want to go extra and do the nakshatra that Saturn is sitting in, that's fine, because Saturn rules Capricorn anyways. And then Saturn's in the 4th house, those planets. So then you can add Saturn's energy, add pictures of Saturn and what Saturn is represented by the nakshatra, what colors are associated with that, what deities, what mythology, and have it displayed in your home.
Okay. Interesting. I'm wondering how that might change the home itself, the home environment.
Oh, well, it'll definitely change it. Well, from a feng shui point of view, it'll change it there. Depending on your colors. See, now if you want to really get good with this, you want to take this Capricorn placement into account and add that to your feng shui bagua. So you want your house is going to be under Capricorn's energy. So you need to figure that out. What part of the house does best with browns and grays, with neutral colors? Because some areas of the bagua don't do well with those colors, but others do. So then you enhance the area of the house that does do well with that color. With these, it's going to take some research on your part. Like, you want to find out your house's bagua. Do you know how to do a bagua draw up for your house?
I haven't, no.
Okay, a bagua is your feng shui map, and it's based on, you need to know the northwest, south, all that, the placements of the house. But you got to do a compass reading, so you got to find out where true south is, true north is, and mark that down. Let me send you something. Hold on.
Thank you. I'm like trying to write down these instructions. I'm like, fuck. Okay.
So I'm gonna give you the square, and hold on.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of work, but
so the Capricorn goddess or god of Capricorn is the goddess of harvest and the queen of the underworld.
Yes.
And Pluto is in my 1st house. So like I've always been attracted to like the goddess of harvest, or just like harvest. I was born in October, like very kind of earthy tones. So I already have that. That's so cool. I already have that in there. Oh, snap.
Yeah, and Pluto is actually Scorpio energy. So it's that kind of harvest, like death and rebirth, transformation, and then the harvest of Halloween, October. Excuse me. Whereas Saturn's harvest is it's like we were talking earlier, it cuts the things. It's like weeding out, separating the weeds from the plants, removing the rotten fruit. It's cutting the things out of our life that are no longer any good. And if there's too much stuff that is not good, just cuts it all down. You got to start all over again.
That's
That's
like my life in a nutshell. Like I can't do shit if it doesn't serve me, because it'll just destroy my life if I don't.
Yep. Did I just? Okay, I'm gonna send this to you in chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
This is the Bagua for anyone else that wants the Bagua. Let's see. Please tell me I can put it here. Paste. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me do it this way. Manage. Okay. Post. All right. Guide to Feng Shui. All right. Copy link. Why won't it let me copy link? Copy. Let's see. One more time. It's not letting me do it. Trevor, are you still there?
Am I what?
I'm gonna send
He's
you
there.
something. If you're able to, I'm trying to send it to the group chat so people can see it. I'm gonna send it to you so maybe you can put it up so people can use it, can get it. This is the Bagua, and turn at your front door. You need to. It'll show you where you need to set it up to your front door. So your front is south. Hold on. This is not the right one.
So
Hold on.
even if Saturn is in retrograde, that wouldn't change anything
What do you mean? Like in what way?
when it comes to expressing it within the home.
No. In fact, you still want to put, it's going to help alleviate those energies. Whenever you give focus to to any of the planets that might be afflicted, you give like praise or focus or any kind of love to it. It's like a remedy. That's why we do those beige mantras too. They're not just for like the positive planets. They're like you can activate your K2 in a positive way with that. And K2 is seen as a demonic planet.
Wow, that's wonderful. Okay, then I'm definitely going to be repainting my entire house.
All right, I'm gonna give you something else. Hold on. Because how to apply Bagua to your home. I'm going to send you a video on how to apply the Bagua to your home, because just sending you videos is going to probably confuse
Thank you.
Yeah. Bagua directions. I'm lucky that my front door happens to line up with the south. Do you know where your front door is facing?
I don't.
Okay.
I think mine's southwest.
Southwest? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to tell Alonzo to check out this chat right now so he can start measuring the door.
Be sure what else. Marie Diamond is one of my favorite feng shui ladies to look at. She was in The Secret, the movie The Secret.
Oh, okay.
Kristen, is fourth house related to like oral divine passages?
Yes, because we get like teachings from the mother, the grandmother, they're passed down. That's connected to that as well.
Because I heard like KRS talk about how like the divine, basically like oral traditions, like the Bhagavad Gita and all that, how it's like it was orally
Passed
done in the past, like that falls under the fourth house.
Yeah, because the passing on of traditions come, they associate that with the mother, learning from the mother, the passing down of traditions from the fourth house, but also the ninth house. But that's usually higher learning, they say, where it's like other learning, not necessarily family tradition learning, where that's the fourth house. Second house is like family life, young family life. And it could show some, good aspects about, family tradition, but not like the fourth house.
Interesting. Yeah. Cool.
I'm trying to find the right video. Sorry, hon.
No, it's all good. I'm looking up deities on Capricorn and all that kind of stuff. I never thought to connect with it. Interestingly enough, I always had like a jealousy, I feel like, of Capricorns because they were so determined and they're able to accomplish so many things.
Wow, but that's you. You're part of that.
Yeah, I think that's why, like when you said, you can amplify your Saturn, even if it is in retrograde by doing these things. That's why I'm like, oh shit, I need to get on this right now.
Absolutely. All right. Year of the ox. Yeah, this year is the year of the white ox, which is obviously associated with the bull, which is really interesting that we have all these short squeezes happening in the stock market. That means a bull market. So it's all connected, every bit of it. The astrology, the moon specifically, rules over the stocks because it's all about emotions. And you could tell what's going to happen with the market, if it's going to be a good day or a low day based on the moon phase.
Yeah.
Oh God, my foot.
Yeah, ever since I started incorporating the nakshatra deities into my Tattva Shuddhi, it like took it to a whole nother level.
Whole nother level, I bet. Yeah.
How did you do that, Amar?
I just substituted the Bij mantra for the Om.
Oh.
In the mantra.
So are you talking about when you're doing Tattva Shuddhi meditation and you're going through all of the yantras as you're doing that, you're just replacing their mantras with the Bij mantra? So like instead of Vam for Agni, I'd put like I would say like a Bij mantra for like my moon or something.
No. I still say I replaced the Om. So like today, it was the mantra was like Om Vayave Namaha. So for each of the Tattva Shuddhis, I would put what's it called? Like I would say for Agni, I would say like Rang Vayave Namaha. So I keep the Tattva Bij mantra, but I just add the mantra for the nakshatra.
Okay. And how is that taking you to other levels? What have you noticed?
Like basically my sensory acuity and like sensory perception is way like more depthical, and like my memorization, my like photographic memory, all those things. And then like my in syncness, like I'm just in the flow of events.
Mm-hmm. I remember what happened.
More. What was that?
Remember what happened to us. Wow, how I heard
yeah, exactly. And like things I'm just like, wow, like I mean, it shows me I'm going in the right direction. So
sure.
I take them as they come.
So like, do you focus on specific nakshatras throughout the week? Are you focusing on?
Oh, I've been doing the daily nakshatra mantra for like probably like a month and a half now. It's like every day I do the nakshatra for that day in the morning.
I feel like I see a physical change in you and in Travis. A physical one. I see it. It's like a glow and energy. I used to see it with the guy who was called Masters of Earth. He would glow. I swear to God, he was glowing, especially around his head all the time. I'm like, that man is glowing.
That's actually, that's not
So
the first time I've heard that. Like
true.
one of these, basically like one of the aunties have said that like when she saw my face, it's like glowing.
Yes, there's like this glow, and I can't explain it besides just brightness. This maybe, they talk about halos, and they're presented in pictures, and there's writings about these, it was people that were enlightened would have this glow to them. That's why they, would depict, with those halos and stuff. Oh God. When you're activating yourself, your higher state self, your body starts to change.
Yeah.
And then
I literally feel like I have a new body. It's like I've basically like I have to get used to this body because it's not the same body as I had before.
I swear to God, you're telling the truth, because I could see it. I could tell.
Like
I could tell.
Like when I was playing basketball, I had to like adjust my shot and everything because it's literally not the same body.
It's so interesting how that happens.
Remember what I was telling you about the food, Kristen?
Yes, totally.
That can make sense about what Amar's saying with the new body.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, Trav, did you see, or did you look and see if the fish at all were connected with Boone, what we were talking about yesterday? The fish that were nipping me?
Not yet. I didn't look.
Okay.
And also one of the other things I've noticed since I've started doing it was like everything gets filtered into like either astrology or like the tree of life or something like spiritual. Like it doesn't matter what it is. Like even like at the gym, when I count my reps, I count them in my mantras. So it's like I don't even do numbers anymore. It's like I'll just rep it out with my mantras. So it's like and in my head, I do that to like when my like cells or whatever are like getting new muscles, they grow in the form of that mantra.
Yeah.
I like that. So
I love
what
that.
Can you give me an example really of like what form? like can you give an example?
Venom, that my non-physical, I relate a lot with venom. So it's like I take on any form.
Okay. Like water.
Like basically for my Tatwa Shuddhis, when Prana Shakti cuts my head off or my body's head off, and then I go into her and I'm holding my body's head, that body becomes venom. And then there's other stuff I do, but yeah.
That's insane.
Recently mine has been like I don't know, the body that I've seen take on, which is really weird a couple of times. Not weird, I mean it's great, but so I've been experiencing like a cat with like talons.
Astrological.
Yeah, that's been coming through like real strong in my meditations, especially when using the mirror. The mirror has been kind of freaking me out recently in a really good way, but like definitely a different face. What Tattva Shuddhi are you going on about? Because like all I know about is the Tattva Shuddhi in the meditation in the book. I'm unclear.
Yeah, that's
on
what I'm talking about.
So do you just like so what do you mean Shakti's like cutting off your head and stuff?
Like when I visualize Shakti, she cuts my body's head off with the spear because she's like the skull that she holds is my skull.
Wow. Okay, so these are your conversations you've been having with her.
She takes the spear. Yeah, I mean, I've always had like her mouth has never moved when she's talked to me. Like she doesn't talk like that to me.
Yeah.
But there's other like stuff I do at the end of the practice too. But yeah.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. Have you experienced the little man when you go onto the left side? and they turn into like, you know, the man dressed in white or whatever, and then have you ever had issues with like not issues, but like, I don't know, for me, I feel like my imagination, especially when turning into like a gold egg, that part right
That's
there,
funny.
I've been like stuck in that egg at times. Like not stuck, but just spent like extra more longer in that than I have with like Shakti.
That's interesting. You pick an egg. That's
I know, because that's SWAT, right?
Yeah, very swatty.
So like if I'm having those kinds of reactions during the meditation, should those be the nakshatras maybe that I should, or maybe like now I'm thinking, because, you know, you're saying that you have this glow, that you're practicing all these nakshatra bij mantras and all that. I wonder what would happen if I did those bij mantras to like Swati and Ashleta, the ones that have been coming out the most recently, along with the Saturn.
You should try it.
Yeah.
Try and find out.
Yeah.
And let us know next week.
You know, you can with any one of the houses. So like if you're having you want to enhance your second house of money and savings,
yes,
on your wallet, you know, put things on your wallet that have to do with your second house. Whatever sign it's in, have your wallet or your purse or whatever is that color, have things in it of that, you know, that resonate with the deities or whatever, like pictures of something that depends on what you have, you know what to do, but like get creative with it. And if there's possibility to like get your bank card a certain color that would match, and if there's any kind of let me think, like, so let's say your second house is Scorpio, so then Mars, you know, get a red card, have a red card. And for me, I have Navy Federal, which that's military, and you know, Mars military, boom, right there. So
see, now what you're talking about, Kristen, is it makes so much sense when you understand the correspondences and the houses and all that.
Yeah,
it doesn't even seem like it doesn't seem like that occult to me anymore. That's the other thing I've noticed. It's like these things, to me, it's like how it really is. Yeah. That's powerful. I need to go through all my houses and see the correspondences again.
you might be activating a house. Sorry, Aish. You might be activating a house that you don't want to be. So, like, you could be activating your 8th house and not knowing it. You could have your house painted in the 8th house colors and not know it. Be having all kinds of shit happening. So, when you change that, whenever you change your house in general, you're going to always change up the energies. Things are going to take place. But now, when you actively do it and you know what's happening, when you know what's coming, you're going to see it. You're really going to see what's start to change. But there could be, you know, you might be activating the things you don't want to activate with certain colors and pictures. That's the thing about Feng Shui. You can go in someone's house and you know that they're having family issues, or the wife and husband's not talking, or the daughter might be sneaking out at night, just by the way the house is set up.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I've noticed with the talk with shooties or any of the practices is knowing things about people just by like
looking at their
auric like vibration.
Yep.
Like kind of like clairvoyant senses, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The funny thing is when you start to read these people with all, you know, whether it's Feng Shui or astrology, it just becomes, like you said, like a common sense. It doesn't become anything like that you have to try at. It just, like when you look at people, like a nakshatra will pop up You go, oh, that's that. I can see it all over their face. Or, oh, okay, they must have this going on because they got that over the couch in the living room. I bet you they argue a lot.
Yeah.
Spiky plants in the house. Ooh, I bet you they argue. Don't want to have all them sharp edges. Oh, the ice is gone, of course.
Yeah, I'm noticing. Wow, I'm really glad you told me that because I think my house is beautiful. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going back to Feng Shui. but I noticed. So I have my whole house is like inside. It's like yellow and brown, which is nice. And it's very sunny in there. But I'm noticing that it has a lot of. It doesn't have enough earth tones. It's a lot of fire. So I've been like filling myself up with all of this fire.
Well, it depends on yellow. Some tones of yellow are also still associated with earth in Feng Shui. So, like, what color? Like, what's the tone of the yellow?
What would you say, Amar? Like almost like not like a canary yellow.
Okay.
I'm not well versed in I don't even know what canary is.
Okay.
Yellow.
I'll shoot. I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Like maybe like a medium yellow, like not necessarily darker, but kind of more like a goldish, I guess.
Like kind of like yellow, like this, how Krishna is right there. Kind of that, but
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, mustard yellow. There we go.
Yeah, like a mustard yellow.
Oh, okay, hold on. Here we go. So I'm gonna send you a color chart because wood, fire, and earth all have yellows in them. The wood's yellows are more green tones. Fire's yellow is very like mustard yellow, and then the earth ones are like softer. They're yellow, but they're like muted. So they look almost some kind of like they're beige, but a yellowish beige. And like honey Dijon mustard as opposed to yellow mustard.
Mm-hmm.
But fire typically is your reds, your bright purples, your oranges, pinks, and then like bright yellows. And then you got your metal is all your grays, all the different tones of grays and silver and some white. And your water is all your different colors of blues and black, believe it or not.
Yeah, for Capricorn, I got black as like another.
It's like
color.
The deep waters. It's interesting. Yeah, because black Feng Shui is a water color, but yeah, so you can connect, like I said, your Bagua, and you'll see what colors you best wear on that, and then you associate your Capricorn colors with that, so you're not putting, red where blue's supposed to be, and create like aggression or accidents and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, listen to this. The one year I forgot about a bucket that I put compost in, and I forgot about it, and I had a lid covering it, and I had it on my front porch right in the area that rules mother of the house. And I wasn't feeling well for the first time in over 15 years. And I had this lump in my chest that I thought for sure was cancer, right? Turns out it was bone that was swollen because I have a hernia. So thank God for that. But while this was happening, it was growing, right? Growing bigger. I'm like, oh my God. And then I found this bucket, right? And I'm like, wait, what's in this bucket? Open it up, and there was this huge mushroom growth inside of there. And it was right in my corner of the bagua where it rules mother of the house. I'm like, fuck, I got cancer. It's because of this damn bagua, and I put it here and forgot. And it's growing inside of me now. It wasn't cancer, it was my bone, but it was growing while this was growing. So it's weird how things will, I mean, it was
the correspondences, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as soon as I cleaned it out, got rid of it, went to the doctor, found out, no, dude, that's just your bone. I was like, what? Okay, I'll take it. Your bone, I guess it was just swollen from the pressure on my muscles. My rib muscles were cut when I had my C-section, and they never put them back where they were supposed to go. So they herniated, it's called diastasis recti, and they split open really big, and it pulls forward all your intestines. They're not held in then, so it falls forward. So I have this hernia right there, and they're fixing that, thank God. But that's what was causing it, because it was pressure being pulled down on the breastbone. It's called the process bone, right in between there. And I was like, why is it getting bigger? It doesn't make any sense. And they said, it's just swelling. It's just gonna go down after the surgery. So, but it was weird. It was growing as this thing in this bucket was growing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where is Mars in your chart? What house?
The 8th house.
Do you find that correlates with scars that you have on that place of your body? I think 8th house is
the genitals.
Is that the okay, yeah.
Wouldn't
So
8th be like the inside of it though? Because like
wouldn't it be the internal, like the internal organs?
Yeah, the sex organs in general, just the sex organs. So yeah, but that's not going to be the ab muscles, I don't think.
No, but like my Mars is, I believe, in my 12th house, and that's with like the foot, and my biggest scar goes from my foot up to my ankle. So it's not technically on the foot, even though it starts there.
Yes, I see.
Yeah, so that's where I was wondering with you, like with your issues and all that kind of stuff, like if you had scars in that area.
You know, I have scars on I got one on my foot, like you said, like you do. I got a huge one on my foot. I got one on my forehead when I busted my head open. I got some in my hand when I got attacked and I grabbed the knife. And then I got the C-section. And no, I got one under my chin too when I fell and busted my chin open.
Yeah, and I'm wondering like about Mars transits, if like Mars and Mercury transits, but Mars typically leaves a scar. So like I wonder if during those
Mars cuts, and especially Critica, and I have Critica in my chart, and then it aspects my 3rd house. My 8th aspects the 3rd, which is my hands. That's where I got cut in my hands too, when I grabbed the knife. But when you have like your Mars is it's also with the sun in the 8th house, and then I got Critica, you're going to be cut, and you're going to have like stabs or burns or cuts all your life. It's going to happen, which it has for me, but not like anything. Well, I guess they weren't like anything like besides the attack. It could have been a lot worse. Some people like get shot a million times and shit. Like, I'm not trying to have that happen. Like Tupac, you know what I mean? He got shot a bunch of times.
Yeah.
He
So
was
did
the
50 Cent. I wonder if
Yeah,
he's
50
critical
Cent
too.
too. He's got to have. Well, I know his Mars is involved in it. It's got to be. Absolutely has to be.
Yeah. That's really interesting.
Yep. And then you also see with Critica, like chefs, cooks, like what's his name? Gordon Ramsay. They're not just sharp, they use their knives when they're cutting and cooking. They're also like sharp tongued, and they say fiery, mean shit. And that's Gordon Ramsay. That's a lot of chefs though. They're when I worked in the restaurants, they're all angry, man. They're all stressed out and mad.
Yeah.
I mean, when we're working, because they're like overworked, and then after work, they're a completely different person.
How would you June brought up divisional parts. How would you, because I know that changes the position, and each divisional chart is kind of a new way of looking at things. So I'm sorry, this has turned into astrology hour. But like, how would you, I guess, would you be able to kind of determine illnesses or anything like that based off of different divisional charts, like how they might happen or something?
Yeah.
Or would that be mainly like your natal chart, your D1?
Well, your 6th house is diseases, 8th house too. So your 6th and 8th, you look there, but then you look in your divisionals as well. So you've got, and there's more than just 16 divisionals, but there's the 16 that typically are used. But you can keep going and cutting things in and digging into specific houses and each planet, and you could just keep going the same way you would with the moon. You know how you can make a moon chart. You can just keep going. You can keep using the same kind of science and keep digging. So, but your 6th house, 8th house, and 3rd house is the higher, what is it? The higher consciousness or the higher self of the 8th house, if you will. So if 8th house is surgeries and stuff, like the 3rd house shows like major surgeries, open heart surgeries and stuff.
It's 9 o'clock.
You usually would check your the chart that you analyze for your parents, but it also will show you like inherited diseases or issues, like with considering like medical astrology.
So looking at this poll here, looks like 114 people voted. That's cool.
For the
And
Galatia versus Vedic one?
yes. The poll here in the comments on the YouTube channel chat, it looks like it's pretty close, I guess, but 56% voted for Vedic info. So I don't know. That looks pretty close to me. 44% Goatian.
I thought that was a trick question.
Oh no, it wasn't.
No, I was just being whatever that is, but
I mean, we're gonna get into that with the next.
because the lines be blurring a lot now, so it's like
the next section of the book that we're studying is gonna get right into that. Really,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
perfect timing.
The next couple of chapters is actually my favorite part of the book.
Me too.
Like chapters 11, 12, and 13. 12 and 13, basically, for me.
Yeah, 12 and 13 could easily be rewritten as a how to summon spirits book. Hell, that might even happen. Who knows?
Why did they get rid of it? What? Watch anyway. Sensitive content. Oh, I see. Wait. I can't see how many views on my video anymore.
Hey, Kristen, you haven't deleted any videos, have you?
I deleted one. Why?
You need to not do that ever again.
Ever again? Why?
Right, because that starts the process of being shadow banned.
Oh, I had to re-upload it. That's why I had to delete it.
That's fine, but don't delete anything else. Next time, just make it private.
Okay.
I don't make the rules.
Shadow banned, it says?
That's right.
And what do you mean, like where they can't see you?
That's right.
Yeah.
Try it if you want.
Well, I got a video that's saying sensitive content. It's got 7,000 people. It did over 7,000 people that watched it, but now I can't see how many people watched it.
Yeah, just take the punches and roll with it, and try not to get those kind of warnings, because all those type of things start the process of being shadow banned. So you gotta be careful.
No, it doesn't. It says that you can still see it. It says sensitive. It just gives a warning on it that it's sensitive.
Hey,
yeah.
I'm just telling you what.
Oh no, not you. I was answering my son. No, you're good. My son was asking me something. Perfect. I try to make sure there's no scenes that could be like that one I did about Freddy Krueger. I was a little nervous because she's bloody and she flips on the ceiling, but I wasn't sure if they would let it go, and seems to be fine. What? No way. Come sit over here. Lay down. Use the fan that's charged in the car. Get it. No. Well. Yeah, I didn't get to post at 3 a.m. I ended up falling asleep, but I did post at 1:30 a.m. And that's the one that was over 72,000 views already.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Dang, 72 also. Dang.
Yeah, I got one that's over. I got 12K, 18K, 23K, 49K. Then I've got one that's 94,000. Yeah, man, that's awesome.
94, 13. Hell yeah.
Yep. People are they want to be scared. And it's man, I want to like explain things, but you can only do so much. People want to be entertained. You can at least pull them in that way and like maybe help them open their minds to learn what these things really are. Because people are into like spooky and the unknown, and there's lots of religious people, and everyone's like talking about demons in ways they don't understand. And I'm hoping to be able to maybe, because I went through issues with being fearful of entities. I've experienced it my whole life. And once I learned what they were and where it came from and the power I have over that, all that ended. And maybe I'll be able to help people who have the same issue with bringing them in through the scary. And then once I go to things like lives and the, YouTube eventually, it could bring them in and explain, how to overcome such fears. Someone said something on here. She says, I'm not here to teach anything. I'm here to entertain, because no one wants to learn on TikTok. I was like, yeah, I guess you're right.
By the way, when you start getting these the angry humans, try to elicit a conversation, because having that dialogue and that constant back and forth in your video, that also raises the
yes.
So
yeah, that's what I do. I've been doing that with people.
let them vent their opinion. Let them
Exactly.
get it all out their system, because that only helps you.
Yeah, it does. It gives me more comments. There's more back and forth, and then it's funny. I let other people, they go in on each other, and just, I like everyone's comments. Boop boop boop.
Right.
A good point. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. I'm just here giving you the entertainment.
Right, because most people are coming here just for fun and shits and giggles, but we're posting this thing from a tactical point, so we have to do it differently.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I have that girl that I showed you the message she sent me.
Mm-hmm.
She sent me her phone number.
Well, dang.
She's like, yeah. She's like, I'm not weird. I'm like, I didn't think you're weird. She's nice. But I was thinking to myself, I can imagine how like all these YouTubers probably get a ton of DMs all the time from people.
Yeah. There's a lot of organic reach here. It's a surprising wellspring of connection to regular human beings.
Yeah.
A lot of potential. I haven't cracked it myself yet, but I will within the next 45 days.
You definitely will. I know it.
I just got to find the right type of algorithm. I'll risk looking retarded.
Yeah.
For the payout.
Exactly. Also, I really think if you come in at like the 3 a.m. thing around that time and bring something spooky, because you got knowledge on it, kick some knowledge, but make it a little spooky and add some footage of something, I think it'll take off.
Yeah. I might test that.
Yeah, because everyone's up late and at night around that time, and all the people that do, they want to be afraid. I don't know why, but
fear is always the deepest trigger for anybody. Fear always.
Yeah, everyone's always up at 3. So, well, the people that like to be like to be afraid, are up around that time. I know I was. That's how I tested it out. So I'm like, I'm always up now. Let's see what happens, and it works. 3 a.m. spooky stories, scary stories. I was thinking about doing a video on, the Flocka and how it turned people into zombies, or people think they were possessed, and kind of go that route and do some talk on it. And people love anything to do with possession, though. Like each one of them, possession videos, those are all of the ones that I do on that. They go high.
Yeah, people are like I guess like Muslims in general with like jinn possessions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like stories about that. Like every family has a like possession story.
Oh, I'm glad you told me that. I have some jinn stories then.
Yo, I always used to be obsessed with jinns as a kid. Like I always would say that I wanted to marry a jinn.
Oh.
So that like basically our kids would be like half and half.
Yeah.
So it'd be like a fucking demigod.
I love jinn stories.
Do you have jinn stories?
Oh yeah. I have a lot of stories. But I grew up half of my life in Lakewood, which is populated highly with lots of Muslims. So I learned about jinns from that perspective early. And there is somebody in my family who's in the military who went over Desert Storm or something like that, over over that way, and their barracks was haunted. They said by a jinn. It was attacking them, and it showed itself to them and everything.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, they said that he would show himself. The whole barracks were having situations with him, and they had to go, or him or it. It was like this area where they would practice, and they were like abandoned homes. It looked like that, and one of the homes had something in it that would throw people, and they kept saying that they kept talking about how they would see smoke, and then something would manifest. Something would happen. It would like
It reminds me of like Rahu, like smoke combating buildings.
Yes.
And all that type of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super interesting to me, because I was told, well, I can't say this one. My kids are in here. But I had an experience with something, and someone told me that it was, a jinn that, because I spent the night at her house, which usually didn't happen. That usually didn't happen with the Muslim families I knew, but the mother had divorced the father, which also doesn't happen often, but father, and they talked about them being cursed. The house was cursed, and that her husband's family was like involved in all kinds of stuff, and she was like trying to really distance herself from the husband. She thought he was going to kill her and everything, but she said that he sent a jinn after her family. Well, I had a situation happen when I spent the night, and she told me it was the jinn that did it.
Oh shoot!
The jinn are constantly blamed for that kind of activity.
Yes, they are. I've noticed.
Paranormal activity.
It's always a scapegoat.
Goat.
Yeah. Always comes back to Baphomet.
I like the idea. When I watched The Secret, it talked about jinn and genies, and your wish is my command, and being your own genie. It gave me a different perspective back then.
Yeah.
I guess I always associated jinn with genie somewhat anyways.
Yeah.
And you just have that association with like getting wishes granted and everything.
Yeah, my first association was with like Suleiman or Solomon, when he had like the 72 jinns he had under his control and all that.
Yep.
Yeah. I always, as a kid, I was like, yo, I'm trying to have this too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baphomet. Taking Baphomet and burning that goat, the scapegoat. We think about the fire element. That transition point from force into form, or form back into force.
Yo, oh my gosh. That is the whole depiction of Purva Bhadrapada, is a funeral, like the front two seats of a funeral. Whatever it's called. Basically, where you burn the it's like in Vedic times, it was like when you would bring all of your like belongings and stuff and burn it.
Yep.
Like that's what the nakshatra symbolizes, the same nakshatra as Baphomet.
They would burn the bodies too.
Yeah.
That transformation, or what did What should he say? Of increasing and of destruction.
Yo, get this, Trav. I'm about to read it from Cosmic Insights. Ajay Ekapata, you know this, but I'm gonna just say it anyways. Ajay Ekapata, the unborn one-footed goat, is a form of Rudra and is the ancient fire dragon. He is considered the mount of Lord Agni, god of fire, which represents the cleansing spiritual power of fire. Ajay Ekapata is the unicorn related to the Rudra, the god of storms.
Oh
So
shit.
you already knew that unicorn was actually a goat.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. And you said related to the god of storms, Ardra?
Yeah, Rudra, the god of storms, which is like
Which-
basically Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rudra rules Ardra.
Yeah.
They be missing the symbolism, man. But that's the main language. They be missing it.
I mean, that's why I got a peacock, because that's like, it's like the symbolism go. Like I didn't even know how deep it represented to my chart when I started like putting up the peacock. But Kritikaya is my like Ishwa Devata for my chart, and he rides a peacock.
Wow.
Shout out to Gerald Sombright for sparking that little piece of discussion. Baphomet.
Yeah. And then like also with the sword, that relates to like the vairagya and non-attachment, like cutting that attachment.
Baphomet.
My third house is Mula.
Third house.
I love how Cosmic Insights gives you your house, the house actual.
Yeah, nakshatra. That's what I was just looking at right now too, because how the seventh house is bedroom. So
yeah,
my seventh house is in Purva Ashada.
yeah, because seventh house is like marriage, so definitely. That's interesting.
Yeah, because I have those basically what Trav told us to get a long time ago. Those Vedic astrology deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. This thing is clutch. Like,
yeah, I got that deck years ago. It was the only one that I could find on Vedic, and I never really used it. And then when I told him about it, I couldn't even find my own, so I had to get another freaking deck.
oh shoot, yeah, this thing is so clutch. It literally has all the correspondences and everything.
Yes. Yep. And you could do a tarot reading with them.
Yo.
So since we're on the peak or the precipice of attracting a flood of new people, it probably would be a good idea to start working on some sort of catch-up guide for Vedic information. I think that would be a smart move.
Would it be like, are you talking about like it would be specific days during the week where it would be like that review would be taking place, or more of like a PDF type of thing?
Closer to that second option, but maybe a bit easier to consume.
Wow.
How about like forming everything into a yantra and having people meditate on that while we're doing the like whatever we end up doing, the class or whatever.
I accidentally stumbled across an amazing yantra today, and even looking now, I see I've had this thing in front of me for months now, maybe even a year. So I went to Google earlier before you got on, because Shango was talking about, well, Shango and also MC Maestro were talking about this concept of mapping out the Antakarana, and
Yeah.
MC Maestro was talking about actually, doing the design of Chitta and his memories and stuff like that. And I was just thinking, like, is there a map of this made? So I went to go Google a map of Antakarana, and I found that there actually is a symbol, a sigil.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. It's like, yeah. Yeah.
Did you see that symbol? Now, I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
I'm looking in front of me on my desk, and I've had this shit in front of me for about a year now.
So like it's a cube if you like connect the like
Right. 777.
You know how Muslims Saturn and the cube, and Muslims do the pilgrimage around the whole cube. Like, oh man, this stuff is yeah.
I have to repurpose that.
Yeah. So are you doing like a variation of this symbol for the Antakarana?
I think so. I think I might as well. It gave itself to me. I might as well take it.
Yeah, I think because when I was doing research on Antakarana basically, and it's in an astrological house. I think it corresponds to the 6th house. Is like the building of the Antakarana.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that before, or I saw it somewhere.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it a couple months ago. I'm about to find out where I got it from right now.
Ooh.
Light on light, possibly?
No, it was a website. I'm about to send you the link right now.
Okay.
Guess what the name of the website is? Something like mermaid-uk.net.
No.
Yep. Yeah.
That's nuts.
That's crazy. I'm about to send it in the chat, Instagram chat.
Jupiter. Ooh, my dashes right now is Sun, Jupiter, Venus, Moon. That's good.
Circle, circle, dot, dot. Now I got my cootie shot.
Yeah, okay, so 6th house would be the required knowledge to build the Antakarana.
6th house. Which house is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think I have anything in there.
Your 6th house is in Taurus?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I should have my moon there.
Oh, your moon ruled, or Taurus is ruled by Venus. So you can see where your Venus is placed to see the depositor if it's empty.
Venus is in the 4th house for me, Aries.
So your 6th house lord is in the 4th house.
Barani.
Ooh. God King Baphomet just followed me. Is that someone from our group?
Yo, the synchronicities are going wild now.
That has to be someone from our group. There's no way. That's crazy.
Oh my God.
You're spooking me out, Kristen.
Ooh, an hour ago, he followed me.
You're spooping me out.
That's crazy.
I need to go take a shower now.
Wait a minute. Listen to the next one. Green-eyed Pisces. Okay.
Yo, and we're talking about Purva Bhadrapada,
right?
And Pisces, and we talked about mermaids.
Mermaids, yes.
Baphomet,
oh my God.
And
we talked about the eyes. Wow. Go follow back.
No.
Oh hell no.
The dweller of the threshold is the 7th house.
The dweller of the threshold.
Brother, both of us have a ton of planets stacked up.
In the 7th, yeah.
The dweller on the threshold. That's a fat ass dweller.
You got
Threshold.
Threshold.
big chilling. You got mine. Got the sun, moon, Jupiter, and Mars.
I got Sun, Mercury, Mars,
What are you guys talking about?
7th house,
Oh,
It's in the 7th house. Yeah.
dweller.
the dweller. I have. Let me see. I don't have nothing in my 7th house. Well, I just have a Aries. Aries.
That means you can't sit with us, Kristen.
I don't want to sit with you.
Obviously, with that empty ass 7th house you got.
Nope. I got it all in the 10th house. Hell no. Man. No, I wish the only thing I do wish that this website did was it would include like Neptune, Uranus, Venus, Lilith,
Oh,
stuff
the
like that.
cosmic insights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I that's the one thing that I haven't seen yet, but I think Joni Petrie is about to make that. I just read something on her page that she's going to bring the most complete chart that you can get, and she always uses Neptune and the other outer planets.
Yeah.
Yep, she uses them all, so I think she's going to include them, and if she does, that would be amazing, especially if she gives like correlations with nakshatras. Now we understand that in Vedic system they're not going to assign Neptune and stuff to any houses, but we already know Neptune is Pisces, Uranus is Aquarius, Pluto is Scorpio. Yeah. So we can still associate them with those houses. And we could look directly and see what constellations. Oh my God. I'm sorry, there's this huge dog outside. Huge.
Mula. That's Mula right there.
It's a black dog too.
Yeah, that's for sure Mula.
That's what I thought. Who was it that deals with black dogs that I was just looking into? A deity of some kind, and I don't remember who it was. Black dogs.
Anubis?
Hecate?
No, it wasn't. Oh, Hecate. Yes, that's what it was. I was looking at something about because I was going to do a video. I'm looking for I was looking in what kind of video I was going to make, and I was just looking to maybe do one on Hecate. So I was just listening to a video, and it was talking about the black dog. I just can't remember who it was that I was listening to.
Hecate would be like basically like the old witch archetype.
Yeah, and they also the triple goddess, mother mating crone. Yeah. And then they talked about
the crone. There we go. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they did about the mythology of how she was Persephone's like consort down there, not consort, but like what do you call that? Mentor, if you will, and she helped her around down in the underworld because
what nakshatra would she be associated with?
Hecate? Well, probably. Well, what nakshatra? I mean, she would be with something in the 8th house, I would think.
So I'm saying that she was basically one of the first dreams I had as a kid was with that archetype.
I would say, well, I mean, I could say Anurata because Anurata goes down underground and comes back above. That could be one, which is in Scorpio. But I mean, there's all kinds of nakshatras that deal with dark energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I guess I would have to she could also be connected with Aslesha, because Aslesha is very known to be very witchy and to deal with like the underworld and underworld and witchcraft, and I guess I'd have to look at that one and see which one specifically, but it could be a few. I know oh God, my foot. I know that and that was with, hold on, I have to see something actually. Persephone was connected with Astrology, let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So I knew that. I mean, of course, Persephone is the life and death, the rebirth. Oh, they're saying Capricorn, which makes sense because it's the harvest. We were just talking about the harvest earlier. So Persephone, goddess of harvest and queen of the underworld. And so she would be with Capricorn. But Hecate. Oh, Taurus. So Taurus, what? And they say she's associated with planet Jupiter. But now right here, since Hecate is the goddess of the crossroads, that's on the way to the in between. Oh, that would be crossroads. Would be 12th house. That definitely okay. Yeah, so that would be Pisces, which is Jupiter. Well, or Neptune. Neptune would be in tropical, but Jupiter was Pisces in Vedic. So yeah, that would make sense. The crossroads, the crossing over, the 12th house. And that's where we age. It's our end in life. And this is when, the crone. So that makes sense.
All right, so I'll be honest. I'm going on the end of my second day awake, so I'm starting to get sleepy.
Oh, shoot.
So, next time, let's go ahead and read chapters 11, 12, and 13 and talk about it. In Tantra Shooty, those chapters are, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So that's the Tatwas and the Koshas. So we're talking about how the different layers of the body are related to the Tatwas. So this has to do with the physical body, astral body, the etheric body, mental body, spirit body. And it's a short chapter. It's only 3 pages. And the next one is Tatwas and the breath. So different breathing techniques and how this relates to activating and harnessing the energy of the Tatwas. Then the next 2 chapters would be mine and Amar's favorite, and probably you guys' too if you read it. Chapter 12 is mantra, yantra, and mandala, and that pretty much tells you how magic works. And then chapter 13 is visualization and imagination, which is the whole key to putting this thing together. All right, and then the following week, we will actually go over the chapters that detail how to do Tatwa shooting. So as you see, this book is actually pretty short. We're almost already done with it, but there's so much here that could be unpacked. So yeah, if you're involved with the book study and you're still here on the live stream, chapters 10, 11, 12, 13.
Sounds good.
Not much, just listen.
What's that?
No, we was just saying what's up.
All right, I'm about to head out. I'll see y'all next week.
See you next week, Mar.
Peace. Bye.
Peace.
See you.
All right.
I'm gonna catch you on the flip.
On the flip.
It's Friday, right? Friday at 6,
Oh, at 6.
right? Because it's not too late and then people will be off work by then. Is that what we talked about?
I think so. We'll talk again probably tomorrow about what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Because I don't think we finished. I think your phone died or you had.
Yeah, we didn't finish.
Okay.
So, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I will talk to you later, my friend.
All
Have
right.
sweet dreams. I would like to get a reading from you, Kristen. Okay, reach out to me on Facebook through Messenger. Same name, Kristen Chambers. All righty. I will talk to you guys. Peace.
Peace. Peace.
All right. All right, everyone.
All right. Have a good evening. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for the birthday donations. I really appreciate that. That was extremely helpful. And keep reading, keep studying, keep practicing, keep understanding. Right? I'm gonna do my part, do my job, and you know, trying to help make this as clear as possible. So yeah, you know what to read, you know where to find me. Follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there all the time. And I guess I'm posting on YouTube every day now too. So we're gonna be going live again. I'll probably be back on here tomorrow or the next day, but me and Kristen are gonna be starting strictly Vedic astrology night. We'll probably talk for like an hour and answer questions. And yeah, that can be a place so you can specifically come and get information on Vedic astrology. So be on the lookout for more concentrated pieces of info. Probably gonna do like a little mini course to help you get help you come to speed on Vedic astrology. And I think we might start offering readings because a lot of people are asking for them. And I know Kristen is only one person, so we're gonna split it up and offer different levels of reading, like basic reading, middle level reading, and then like a high detailed reading. So if you guys think that that might be something you'd be interested in, then I will offer that, and it will probably come with some detailed info on just the different aspects of the chart, like the nakshatras and what the planets, what the houses mean, and all that stuff. If you care to learn about it, otherwise we can just tell you what your chart says. You go on about your merry way. But all these things coming in the future within the next couple months, and I've been deciding if we want to go back into the Goetia and start working with these spirits, or if you guys wanted to continue going down the Vedic route. Either way, this is all great information. So when I do these polls, please vote because that kind of lets me know what you guys want. So I'm gonna go to sleep now. Thanks for hanging out. Akasha you cleaned your whole kitchen listening to us. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Peace, everybody. Peace, MC Maestro. Peace, the Asia Divine Jewel. Peace, Matthew Watson. Peace, Gerald Sombright. Peace, I am Q. Everybody present, thank you for voting. Peace to everybody here. Kevin Wise, peace. JB Jones, thank you for sharing. Mr. Cheetos, you called it. I am tired as fuck. JB Jones says, does Vedic include Bhagavad Gita? Yes, it does. We wouldn't have one without the other. All right. I will be here a lot more often, so you don't have to go too far to find me. If I'm posting too much, also let me know. If this is like way too much Travis Mages stuff, I can scale it back. But it's all about testing. It's all about testing to see what works. All right. I'm out. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX777. I love you guys.